started.
Will you, will you maybe remind me where you thought it was started to go off?
All right, we're going to start today with the Dr. Pudswich, over to you.
Thank you, President Hecken. Appreciate that. Appreciate everyone being here from the board, staff, and our illustrious guests and others, district leadership team members and staff. We will. We have two presentations: the annual health report and assurances that we will. It's listed first on the agenda, but to accommodate some schedules, we will push that to second in the agenda. And the other item is the school land trust presentation. Recently, you have had the opportunity to review several land trust plans from your schools. Appreciate Scott Sumner on the senior leadership team who oversees that responsibility. As part of the state statutes regarding land trust, we need to train the board and review the board with the board in an open public meeting. And so we're going to do that today, and we'll turn the time over to Scott to do that.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. I have a presentation ready to go. All right. Well, this will be short and sweet, but also informative. Just as much information as you want about trust lands up front. You've all done an excellent job looking over the documents. We've had a number of plans come back. We've made those changes, submitted to the schools to have them edit, and then they've gone through a pretty thorough review from our team, our supervisors, and then to you guys. So they should be ready to go. We've encountered a few things. One item today was pointed out with Ada that they actually had missed something in their format of their form wasn't present, so they couldn't actually fill it out. So the state's working on that to get it fixed, taken care of. But appreciate all of your great work with those. A couple of things really quick. So the school land trust plan. The local school board is the adjudicator and protector of these funds that are intended to benefit the public school children of Utah in perpetuity. A couple of our top timelines agenda for this, and I've been given 15 minutes, so feel free to think of your questions, and I'm happy to talk through them. So, but I'm going to roll through these fairly quickly. Our timeline this year was this document. I'm going to pass that down for your review of that. In fact, if you just take one of those as well, those are all the documents I'm going to share. This document's been prepared and given to schools each year, so it goes through the entire calendar year of what their responsibilities are. It's been super helpful for them because trust lands is so important. With the money we have, we can do have a lot of flexibility for our schools to achieve some of the goals and priorities we have. But it also, the deadlines sneak up on you quickly when you're not having them right on top of your mind. And so this document comes in handy for our schools. The district allocation for this year is $12,333,308. That's up from, in 2012-13, we had $3,875,000. And this is incredible to me. I remember back, I think it was my first year as an admin around 20 years ago, and I think we had $15,000 or something like that in the school. Some of you guys that have been around for a minute, like that's incredible. So here's the numbers we have now. We have an up from last year quite a bit. So 24-25 is over $12 million allocated to our schools. It's a huge benefit to our schools. With that number, last year we had $137 per student per pupil. This year we have $144. And then last year, just our largest school was $461,000 this year, which is a sizable chunk of change for to be able to meet priorities and reach goals. Any guesses on the school? You guys are too good. Our appropriate expenditures. This is the document you got, it's front and back. But just that outlines the schools use this we field questions really all year long as councils meet. I've attended multiple meetings with councils, we're able to talk through things. They get really creative, but there's also some parameters on what we can spend on these, and we want to make sure that those are hitting the greatest area of need using evidence. The alignment this year has been a new opportunity for us to take our coherence map, align the work in the coherence map with our priorities, and then apply that in the schools. So they've already gained the evidence, use the evidence to be able to make informed decisions, and then they can take that information and apply it back to the Trust Lands Plan and TSSA and any other goals we have. So we're not having multiple directives, we have a directive at our school using the evidence that we've been researching all year. It's been fun to align that with schools and answer questions, and our supervisors have done an incredible job working with schools to talk through that process with them. Just a sequence that hits you specifically is April 1st, our school's plans were due. April 23rd, we sent the plans to you, and then May 14th, today, we're going to get the opportunity to get them approved from you. We've already had the plans for a minute, down to just a couple hours ago to finish them up, but we're ready to go. I gave to you a document. We won't go through a lot of the details, but some of the responsibilities you have as you have the plans, look through them. We'll give this out a little earlier next year to you, but I think this has been well established over the last couple of years, and you've got that plan there. Quick quote from Kate Ross. As a little testimonial for the effect and the impact of these funds for our schools. And then finally, what questions and answers do you have for Q&A? We can go over.
I think it's just interesting to see the different approaches that the councils take and the principals take, and you can't fault them. they're all valid, and anyway, it's just great to see the different approaches they take to attacking their critical need.
Yeah, and I think the power in that is we have schools with different needs, and as they look at the evidence they have, then they address those needs specifically. You also see some, if you look at your plans, you see some alignment too. It's almost like they collaborate with one another to be able to make decisions, because we're working on similar things, but not everything across the board. We're addressing specific needs in each school.
What's also been interesting to see is when you kind of had the look of how much money has been allocated through the years and how I think we've also changed so much in how we're approaching our SECs and collaborating more as group. These SECs take this responsibility of land trust seriously. I remember years ago, it didn't seem like just kind of voted, and now I can't believe the discussions that the parents are having, and it's evolved into a, their parents are really taking this opportunity to serve on those councils seriously, and the money and how that's allocated and how that will bless the lives of the children in their schools. So that's been kind of fun to watch too.
Yeah, the number of years we've had of people that have been involved, we get wiser and better our positions and our jobs the more we go, right? But yeah, the conversations are pretty robust in those SECs with differing opinions and thoughts, which is great. That's how we move forward. Mark?
If somebody didn't ask if you're going to make these slides available, you'd be remiss.
Oh yeah.
Or could we put them on the website for our people?
Yeah, you bet.
Is there anything we can do as a staff to make this process easier for the board in your statutory responsibilities to review and approve?
I think you already have. It's really smooth, and they're coming to us so clean and so easy to read and things. So
I love the hard copies.
I do too. Yeah.
Hard copies are appreciated, so you can.
Did that work okay? We gave you hard copies for your individual schools over your area, then we gave you a PDF of all the other schools so you could peruse all the plans. Was that sufficient, or is that?
That was good for me.
That's okay.
I like that it saves some trees from giving us printouts of all of the schools, but we still have the ability to see them.
Okay.
And I think as you getting an overview look at all schools across the district, but particular to your areas, really allows you, as you attend those meetings, to share, kind of facilitate expertise and say, hey, here's some things we've seen in other community councils. I've read through all the plans in my area. You can give ideas, suggestions, recommendations to those schools, best practices that you see in those plans. Appreciate Scott and his team and going through that. We talked a little bit about maybe moving this up to a March board meeting in the future.
Future, we'll do
before the
this.
plans are due?
Yeah, to make sure there's a good reminder there, and that's my fault for being a first timer with this process. So
Still approving in May once the plans and you've had, but the training, the clarification will precede the delivery of the plans to you, so that if any changes in the law have occurred, you're up to speed on that.
yeah, and we've already began our the planning for the training for SECs in the fall. We're going to beef that up quite a bit. I think having a year now of me working with the councils, I've got a list of questions that were kind of recurring, and so we'll put those in the training to make sure that those are a little more clear as we talk through elections, talk through what we can spend, how to spend it, what the votes, what the responsibilities are. I think those are some of the things that just top of mind or that were important.
And just remind you that,
Please.
that we, with David Stevens' retirement, this used to be under external relations. We moved it under school performance and achievement because it's still an external relations because you have parents, elected officials on there, the school community council members, but we feel it should be under the umbrella of achievement because those plans should align with greatest academic needs at the school. So appreciate Scott's lens on that from an achievement perspective and trying to giving direction and counsel there so that their improvement plans, their evidence-informed priorities are aligned with their trust land plans to try and bring that school improvement under the umbrella of what are your defined priorities as a school.
One of the things I really love about trust lands is it gives parents hands-on experience with things like parliamentary procedure, but it gives them a voice in how the school is meeting the needs of students and looking at those academic needs and looking at the funding and looking at programs. We've got some parents now who are really very, very expert in some of these programs. They've been on the councils for several years. So I would say to the public in general, if you want to be involved with the schools, if you want to make a difference, get on one of these committees because there's a lot of influence with these committees.
Ada, I think you had a comment on this.
I'm just thinking it's been a while since I was involved in this process, and I was the person doing the typing. But who has access to the actual documents now? Do you, or is it just the principal and the SCC chair?
Like the plan?
Oh, like to
The
input
action.
information?
Yes.
Principals have access to their individual plan. They can look at, I believe they can observe the other plans, look at the other plans, but only their access to their schools. And then on a district level, there's myself, Jody, Jason. You might not have access. But you have,
There's a few
There's
people.
4 or 5 people that
Okay.
have access to look at all the plans and have edit rights to them. But most of the all the edit ones have been just put back in edit mode and sent back to the school, so they have their hands right into them.
Very good. And people can look at these plans.
They're
They're
public.
online. Just look up Utah School Land, School Land Trust Lands plans.
Correct.
So.
Yeah, the new plans, once approved by the state, they might have a few suggestions. We'll come back and their final approval. Once they're final approved, then they'll go on the state website that you could look them up. But they're not open yet until the state approves them.
Scott, I have 2 things.
Yeah.
The first, that maybe when it gets to be like March, April, if we
Yeah.
could send a reminder out, not everybody is clear on council makeup. And so, I think some principals just go with what was done before them.
Yes.
Some just go with more the merrier, we just have to have 2 more then. And so maybe if we could send out a reminder before they start having the conversation, because most of the ones I went to, everyone kind of looked around and said, who's up? What's our thing? When can it be?
Yeah.
So.
No, that's a good reminder. The other thing that came up is a reviewing of bylaws that match your seats, and other things, because we should be reviewing those yearly. And the question is, well, who audits that? And like, well, we are. And so now we will start looking at that. So one of the things we'll do for next year is when they set up their elections, I'd say the majority of the schools send their elections to me, and then I build up a ballot for them. They send it through Qualtrics, and then they're able to send out, we send it out to their, the link for them to send out to their patrons, which works very slick. Then we can say, here's the winners, or here's the victors of the election. But before we send it out, what we'll plan on doing this year is, once we get the ballot, we'll check their bylaws, make sure it matches what their seats are open, and we can kind of start that process in a natural sequence of what they need for the elections.
Perfect. And then the other thought I had, based on best practice, like when I'm in a meeting, I can contribute like, oh, this is what other schools have done, but I can't get to all my schools. So if there is just like a greatest hits document you could put together, I'm not trying to make more work for you, but just, you know, we have seen schools who have done this, this, and this, and they've had really great
Success,
results
yeah.
with it, because I really do try to read everybody's. But
Tell me more about that. What do you mean, like the greatest hits? Like
well, so
Best
like
practice.
Best
you know,
practices.
best practice?
Yeah, just, you know, so it's foreign to me, like, how you could not spend all the money, because I feel like there are a million ways to do things for kids, but I know not everybody spends it all, right? So, and I think some of my councils have maybe a more strict understanding of the purposes than others, and so sometimes I think we've had conversations around, you know, it shouldn't be this, this, and this, but we're not talking about these are the things that have had really great results, right? So
Yeah.
just giving them ideas
That's a
and
great idea.
just a starting point.
Yeah. Well, we can. I'll have Jody and I can look at that, and then in the training we can put something together so it comes out in the packets that they get.
Cool.
Good idea.
Good idea. So, my only suggestion is, on some of them, they have been working with their supervisor to kind of revise them and things. It might be nice if we just had access to a one sentence from the supervisor. Everything's great, or we worked on this, and they've been doing this for the last 4 years, and this is the next step, or just something that might give us a little bit of context that the supervisors know that we may not see, just from our perspective.
I have a question. I'm looking at things that are not allowed. On the back 3C, expenses for non-academic in-school curricular or extracurricular. Are we allowing field trips now or no?
So some
Or
field
does it
trips.
depend on what the class is?
Yeah, some field trips on an academic purpose can be approved. Through
To
that.
approve
They'd
the
have to-
schema.
Yeah, they have to put, suggest it, put it in their plan, get it approved on by their council, but yeah, for an academic need, I think the things they're talking about there is, an easy one, probably not football helmets, you know, those types of things for athletics, but an academic need to help measure the goal would be something that's appropriate.
Field trip to Lagoon for a physics class?
We'd wanna make sure
That
we
was not
monitor
this
those.
year, that was,
Yeah.
that was a few
Creative.
years back, but just wondering.
Yeah.
But to that point, could we maybe come up with something that's land trust, TSSA, and, oh my gosh, what's the third one? There's a third one.
At risk.
Well, that's a,
Well, the coherence map priorities.
No, but just, because you know, like some things wouldn't fall under land trust, but you could use TSSA funds for them. And I know in some
Oh, I
of
see
my
what you're saying.
committee meetings, they're like, well, we're gonna pay for part of this here, but we're gonna do part of it out of TSSA. And I know TSSA isn't land trust responsibility, but maybe if we just have a kind of acceptable use thing.
Flow chart, if not here, then.
I mean, that feels like it would be so simple to put together, Superintendent, but.
You can work on that and we'll revise it and.
But it's also very cool
Yeah.
to watch, like the comments earlier, how councils are evolving and they're understanding what they want to know. And so, and I think as they understand TSSA funds and how those relate to students, then they become more effective in their advocacy role, right? I just know
Yeah.
that sometimes what we deal with every day is not where everybody else is, so.
And when you're doing this a couple times a year, really investing time into it, a refresher always is helpful. So having something that shows a flow would be great for schools of what can be spent, how it's spent, and the best hits list. I like that. I think that's
We also
pretty safe.
mentioned in Finance Committee this morning the need to perhaps remind principals that, you know, we can't go over more than 10%, and if they're getting to the February, I don't know where the magic date is, and it looks like they're going to hit that, just to say you may need to adjust your plan based upon unintended changes in your plan or the allocations. Sometimes it's personnel, and the person takes more time away or has extenuating circumstances and throws it off a little bit. Just a reminder, you know, as they get towards the end, where they can still make some adjustments and address those expenditures. We looked at a state report. I think when we were down in St. George, they had a state report of every school and how much rollover and how many years they have had that rollover. So yeah, we can just address those tendencies when we see them.
I just want to say how grateful I am for our SCCs, and that I think they're a wonderful way that our communities can really take control and possession of their schools, because they're ours, and we have stewardship over them. And I think it's a great way for, especially a certain kind of person that's not maybe the PTA volunteer mom, but they're very much into student performance. I think it brings out a great deal of leadership in our communities, and I think it's got great potential, especially as we look at the policy change that we're looking at our board meeting today, that we don't forget what a great resource our school committee councils are.
Okay, anything else from the board on land trust? Okay, thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. We will transition to our annual health report and assurances.
Perfect. We have here Jess Benson, who is our secondary health and physical education curriculum specialist, and Kim Lowe. Kim, what is your official title?
I'm the nurse supervisor.
Nurse supervisor. And I have had the wonderful opportunity to work with both of these amazing individuals over the many years, and I'm going to turn the time to them. We appreciate Dr. Braithwaite being here in support of her team as well.
Thank you. We're grateful for the time that we've been given to go over the Utah Law and Policy Health Assurances form that we do for the state office every year. This will not take very long. We'll just kind of review the pieces that are in place for the health assurance form, which is the committee members, secondary and elementary. Then we move on to the items that have been approved. You can see there have been some new approved items for our, not only just our Health 1 and Health 2, which is our 8th grade health and 10th grade health, but also for several of our CTE courses that fall under that same umbrella, such as our child development, medical anatomy, things like that. The videos and everything that's approved by our committee, that is headed by Sarah, they're medically accurate, and they're always connected, and made sure that we are fully connecting them to the core, so that teachers can use them. They don't have to use these, but they are a resource for teachers to use to help bring a visual into the conversation sometimes with our health topics. And we had no items that were removed from the approved items drive this year.
Okay, so for the new elementary maturation items approved, there were no new items approved for 23-24. We reviewed feedback from our current Alpine maturation presentations. All schools used the same approved presentations presented by our qualified Alpine school nurses and also staff. We trained some of our teachers and our other service providers to help us as well, so we could keep our program standardized. 98% of those who responded to our survey agreed it was developmentally appropriate. 97% agreed it was engaging. There were some suggestions, more reference to dangers of pornography. Refusal skills should be purposefully taught. Tell boys more about what girls are going through and vice versa. And then Spanish subtitles. As far as items that were removed from the elementary program, during COVID, we had a narration at the beginning of the video and at the end, because we were not doing live presentations. We were sending them home online for parents to view with their children. And so we had some of our service providers do an introduction to the video and then a conclusion. And now that we're doing in person, we don't need that anymore. So we removed that and we just go straight to the Procter & Gamble video.
We did collect the number of reported pornography complaints this year. It was collected by our admin. What that entails is any type of disciplinary action that was taken place at a school because a student attempted or did was able to access pornography on a school device. At the elementary level, there were 0 that were reported. Junior high had 42 and high school had 16. I know the 42 looks high. When you break it down by school, most schools had 3 to 5. Were generally the norm. So only a few pornography complaints. But because that number is not a number we want to see get larger, we've decided that with this data, we are including on our May 28th Professional Learning Day, our health teachers will go through a training that will help teach them how to teach the harmful effects of pornography in a more deliberate way, and using some of the new state documents that have come out and created, and we're having the health specialist from Nebo District was one of those that created that document for the state. She'll be coming to teach and present to our health teachers on helping them understand more fully how to be an educator in that piece with the harmful effects of pornography and how to get that information to our students in the best possible way.
So Jessica, sorry, I just want to make sure I understood this correctly. You said that the number of reported pornography complaints were specifically like a student had been disciplined because they attempted to access pornography on a
school device.
District issue device. So it's not like a kid had pornography on their phone and shared it and that was separate discipline. So
we actually asked both.
Okay.
We said if it was accessed at school, even on a personal device, and there was disciplinary action. So that goes, so it's both. We asked for both.
And there could be situations where a student accessed pornography, but then maybe like it was not specifically entered in Skyward as a discipline issue. That would not show up here. This is specific to if there was some kind of discipline that was entered into Skyward.
If it was brought to the, if it was brought to the administration level.
Okay.
And so the admin reported those numbers to us. The number of reported sex education curriculum complaints for secondary for this year were 0. None of our health teachers reported any complaints that were given to them at any level. So the last part that we have is the Student Support Services Health Department data review, which we do every 2 years. This is one of those years, and so Kim is going to go ahead and do that.
Okay, so with our teen pregnancy trends, our adolescent birth rates for Utah, ages 15 through 19, by local health district of 2021, year 2021. In Utah County, we reported 5.8 pregnancies per 1,000 females in that age range. We were the second lowest reported county in Utah with teen pregnancies. And then we move on to STDs, sexually transmitted disease, and sexually transmitted infection trends. The rate of chlamydia increased by 2.9% from 2020, but now we've seen a slight decrease between 2021 and 2022. 2/3 of the chlamydia cases reported in 2021 were among people aged 15 through 24. The rate of gonorrhea has increased 26% during 2012 to 2020, but has seen a slight decrease in 2021 and 2022. In 2021, 60% of the gonorrhea cases were among people aged 20 to 34 years of age. The rate of syphilis has increased 313% since 2012 to 2020 and has seen an increase between 2021 and 2022. Sex abuse cases in 2020. 3,346 cases were reported to Child Protective Services in the Western region, which is us in this area. We were the 3rd lowest region in Utah. The majority of sexual abuse cases happened in an unknown location. The second most reported location was in the victim's home. 62% of abuse and neglect cases happen between the ages of 6 and 17 years of age.
And with that number, the 3,346, that number also is not just sexual abuse cases. They did not break it down by number for DCFS on the report. That is overall any neglect, and many different types of abuse, not just sexual abuse. So that was how many were reported in that western region, which includes several counties.
Yeah, how many regions are there? You said, okay, several counties is in our, I just wondered how
We're
big.
considered, I think it's broken down into 4 or 5 regions for the
Okay.
whole entire state.
Okay, okay.
So our region does include several counties, not just Utah County. And that is our presentation for this year.
Can I ask a really quick question, Jessica? Do you know, like, when it talks about the number of cases that were sent to CPS, do you know how many of those were substantiated versus not substantiated? Do you have those stats?
We have a report from DCFS that I am able to share if
Oh, I
if
would
you
love
would like
that.
that
Yeah.
to look through it. Like I said, it was kind of hard to pull out just the specific piece that reported to what the health assurance has to report. Because DCFS reports everything and then broke it down in a different way. But I'm happy to share we are given 4 documents from the state, STIs, STDs. Those 2, one was for a decade of data, one was for the previous year. And then we're given DCFS,
Their stats.
their statistics as well.
Yeah, I would love it if you don't mind sharing that. I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll share the drive that the state sends to us every year with the documents that they would like us to present. This is just kind of a highlight and a rundown of those areas that we have to address for the health assurance form.
Perfect, thank you.
Do they give you any interpretive data about the STD, STI trends? Because I find this rate of syphilis 313% increase pretty alarming.
Yes.
Do they give you any other information about what's happening with that or why?
Not in the report that we have. We don't have any specifics regarding that. You know, I could check with epidemiology at the health department to see if they have anything that would give more explanation for that. If you would like, I would be happy to do that.
On the syphilis, it doesn't say an age range like it does on the others, so we know.
I think it's probably because
Is that more adults rather than teens? Or?
not necessarily. It's teens and adults. Yes.
So in the STD and the STI trends, it's all in percentages. There's no actual numbers here. So again, can you refer us to a place where we can see the actual numbers? So we can
100%. They have the actual numbers in that report that the state gives us. I'll send.
Love to have that.
Yes, yeah. I'll send that drive so you can look through the report. What we did is took the highlights from what the state office and the health department had highlighted. This was the main takeaways from the but all the data is there, and you're very welcome to look through it.
We look at this data, and we're in an environment where legislatively it's very difficult to get consent taught to our teenagers.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll teach it to, through Rad Kids and other programs in elementary school, but we're not teaching it to our teenagers. So that's concerning to me.
Yeah. And with that, we do have the new, the state did pass that with the new the high school health corps, we are allowed to talk about affirmative consent now.
Oh,
So we
okay.
do have an affirmative consent presentation that's been created. And one of the videos that we did approve for this year, it was the only video that was over a few minutes. It is the Choose Respect, Real Stories of Dating, Abuse, and Violence video. That was approved to use in conjunction with the affirmative consent presentations that were created specifically for our high school health classes.
Sorry, can you point that out? Oh, it's right on the second page.
Yeah, very last.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then Jessica, do you have these things like in a drive? Like if we wanted to watch the videos, could you send us a link
Definitely.
to that as well?
Yes, we have a teacher drive that has everything broken down for them to access and use during that thing. And I will definitely add you, the school board as yours to everything that is in that Alpine Human Sexuality teacher drive.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thanks to the committee.
Thank you.
That is our report. Those are our reports.
We're a little bit ahead of schedule, but
I
Stacy tells me
mean,
she has a riveting presentation now, so.
Riveting, no, it's we're gonna have a riveting discussion.
Discussion.
That is a different thing.
Let's do it.
All right, so this chapter's on staying connected. So I thought we could just have a nice little discussion of things that we're doing that are working well. And then just run through the review, if you will. So on page 65, we got that with you. I like the stop and reflect sections. I think those are my favorite. And when I read the first one on 64, kind of laughed a little bit. I think, I appreciate previously in the chapter where it kind of talks through what your emotional contact is with your people and how you're showing up. Some people, when they're starting to get a little anxious, they get a lot closer to people. Some people kind of back up, and I think we have our own ways of doing those things as well. So the one thing I did appreciate on page 65 when it was talking about how we stay connected to a dispersed workforce. And while we don't have people all around the globe, sometimes it feels like from one end to the other, the Alpine does cover an entire globe. So similar but different challenges. So anyways, I just wanted to open up the conversation for things that you are doing now or you have done, ways to stay connected, whether it's with your school leadership, with teachers, with your community members. Any thoughts there?
So I'll give one. It's kind of weird to me, like when we do like quote unquote like self-evaluations as a board, because sometimes it feels like, am I ranking myself? Am I ranking my colleagues? Like, I think we all have different skills and assets that we bring to the board. So one of the things that I've started doing is like towards the end of every school year, I will just flat out ask my principals, like, what do you need from me? What do you want me to keep doing, stop doing, and start doing? And it's been interesting because depending on my level of relationship with the principal, it'll be, the level of vulnerability and honesty they'll have. But I had a principal say to me, I really need you, and this principal very much focuses on doing a lot of evaluations, like just being in classrooms and observing teachers, seeing the dynamics. And he said, I need you to be in my school more. I need to see you more in my classrooms. And like the next week, I was like, oh, okay. So the next week, I happened to go in and do just a couple of observations, just watching different classrooms and better understanding. And I happened to run into the principal in the hallway. He's like, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm following up on what you asked me to do. And I think sometimes as school board members, we're afraid to ask for feedback. And I appreciate the fact that he gave me that feedback, and that we have enough of a relationship that he was able to say, like, this is what I need from you. But I think part of it is just asking, but then also having enough of a relationship where you feel like people can be honest to say, I need this from you and you are not doing, like, whatever, right? Like, I need this for my school, I need this support. Anyway, so I think also for us to be vulnerable, I think that is a positive dynamic.
Great. Other thoughts?
Couple that stand out on this list on page 65, the fourth one down. I have found that whether it was in DCC this past year or in K-12 meetings, cluster meetings, people appreciate getting an update on things that are going on, being as transparent as we can as senior leadership about what is happening, because they'll hear it from various sources, but I think having that, communicating that on a regular basis has been something that I have been surprised how much people appreciate that. And the feedback we get from our K-12 seminars and others, they say, we appreciate the regular update to know what's going on that we don't see at our level. And then a goal we had as a DLT is to get in our schools on a more regular basis this year. Maybe Scott and Joel can report a little bit. That's bullet or square number 6 and number 7, in-person visits to those schools, and then try and listen and learn what's going on during those visits. So maybe comment. I know Annalise, Craig, Cammie has been out to a lot of schools as well. So that's something that we've been intentional about this year, and I think you can report on kind of where we're at with those goals and what we hit and what we missed. Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
It's okay. I just cough drop. So we've been doing fairly well. We have a tracking mechanism that Scott and his team built that allows us to monitor and make sure that we're getting to all the schools with many hands. We want to make sure that we're not missing schools. Through the first 3 quarters, we've got to every school 3 times. So once each quarter, and we're working on our final quarter in the next 2 weeks. So it's super helpful for me to be there, walk into school, talk with principal, go into classrooms, and learn. Be reminded of what's happening, see what the needs look like, and for me, it's my favorite part of my job.
Here's the document just up on the screen that we use. It just goes through, so August, it just goes through each of the schools listed. We put our initials next to them. We also kind of do it in a 2-month rotation to say that we hit every school every 2 months through a DLT. And it's been interesting to have a conversation with each other, just best practice, like, well, what do you do when you walk in, and just like, hey, I'm here. One thing I do is let's just go for a walk, and then I said, show me what you're excited about, and we have a conversation with the principals in the schools, and you end up, without fail, you end up in a classroom, you end up talking to a couple teachers, you end up seeing some things like, it seems like I get to go to the kindergarten classes, and just the excitement and we've been to lunchtime and different things like that, but it is that connection back to the school to see what's happening, and that's a time for the principal to say, hey, and there's a couple things going on too, and then we can come back, follow up with supervisors or follow up with different DLT members for the needs. It's been very fun to see.
Any other? It gets a little competitive at times to see initials up there and people take selfies that they've been there, and we're trying just to focus on the main reason for it.
I love the spreadsheet because I also have a spreadsheet by school year and by cluster, one for SEC, one for PTA, and I have it coded so like the schools that I will miss every month because it's finance meeting or teaching and learning, like I have that in there. I have like a board commitment and I use it so that I can see, like, if I know I'm never going to be able to get to an SEC meeting into school, then I'm going to make a better effort to get in there for something else, But also it's fascinating to look at how many other things we do go to that maybe kind of impact that. But I love that you guys are keeping track of that and making it intentional. Cool. Yes, ma'am.
One thing, one of the principals that I work with invited me to do, twice a year we call it the State of the School, State of the District. And it's kind of a vulnerable time because the 2 of us show up with half of the faculty and they rotate. And they just fire off questions. There's no question that's held back. They just ask what's on their mind, and because it's a vulnerable period, we're also allowed to say, I don't know, let me get back to you, or this is what I'm thinking, or this is just my purely adrenaline had, or whatever. But I think that communication has really been able to allow us to navigate some tougher things because the teachers know I'm going to shoot straight with them when they ask a question. They're no longer afraid to just ask me questions whenever.
Is that like a secondary level or?
It's a secondary school.
I think I've had more invitations from elementaries to do that than my secondary. But I agree. I think those are an awesome opportunity to just lay everything out on the table and have a frank conversation. Thank you. Any other thoughts?
Well, there's an old adage that says knowledge is power. And I find that when I give people information, they really appreciate it. They want to know deadlines, they want to know trajectories, they want to know legislation, whatever it is. That really is helpful to them, and it really kind of diffuses some of the anxiety they feel if they really understand kind of what our timeline is or what we're shooting for or whatever it is. So, it's
I
very
agree.
helpful.
I was trying to think of a way, which I figured out for next year, everybody, just in case you're wondering. But you know, you ever go somewhere and you think I've shared this 900 times before, even though it's a new group. It's like I'm sure I told you this 3 times. And I think next year what I'd like to start doing is the things that I'm sharing at the SEC and PTA meetings that I can get to, like putting that in an email to my chairs of the ones I don't get to. I usually will text and say like, here's some of the important things, but I thought I don't think I'm sharing the same information kind of across the board. So I was just wondering if you guys also feel that you say the same thing everywhere, but it's still not getting to people, or anyone have a brilliant idea on that piece?
No, but I think one of the things that I think is a challenge is some of my SECs or PTAs are always scheduled on a conflict. Like,
Yes.
like the council
Yes.
PTAs are always when I have, you know,
Right.
finance or capital planning, or I have one school that always does their SEC meeting like right when we're having study session, and I'm like, okay, so I'm never gonna make it to your SEC meeting. I like the idea of, I do try and share like, oh, these are the 4 things that I think people are most interested in, kind of like referencing what the superintendent said about these are the most updated information pieces. I like the idea of just kind of sending an email piece that you can send to I hadn't thought of that before, of just sending an email to say, hey, these are the updates of things that I covered in the other SECs, and then they can share that with their people as needed. I really like that idea. I need to be more organized about that.
I had thought one day, like, cause I don't know, some of my chairs, they will call and be like, I know you have finance, I know you have blank, what would you like me to share? And I thought, I'm not getting to everybody the same way. And while I didn't love the idea of an email, I thought at least then I know everybody gets the same information, and if I share above or beyond. Anyways, I don't know if it'll work. I'm
And
gonna
it can
try
be in
it.
the minutes too.
Oh, that's brilliant. So then it can get to people who weren't there.
That's a good idea for standardizing.
Yeah, I like that. Awesome.
I think my board member Joylyn Lincoln is excellent at handwriting notes.
She is.
spends a lot of time making connections with the people that are doing public comment at our board meetings. I'm in awe because I can't do that.
My analog loving self appreciates that you do that. I think in a very electronic era.
I think just everybody really appreciates a handwritten note, and you have to put a lot of vulnerability aside, because my handwriting isn't fabulous, and what if I make a mistake, and what if I have to blot it out, and I start over again? But just that connection with people, I've been stopped by so many people saying, hey, thank you for sending that note, thank you for caring so much to take that time, and I think it does help build connections. So just get out a pen and no card, they're not that expensive, and you'll find ones you like. I'm very particular on my thank you cards. They are only sold at Macy's, and I've tried to find them online, I can't find them there, and I go buy them about every other week. I'll go in and see if they got more.
Macy's the grocery store, Macy's?
Macy's the grocery store, just
Really?
by across from Lehigh High School. I tried the one down the street here when I didn't have any, no go. I tried one in Salt Lake, no go. So now I'm but I just like the way it feels. But so find what works for you. It doesn't have to be big and it doesn't have to be long.
I was at Lehigh High School for their SEC meeting today, and a parent had brought up a couple things. Anyways, they started talking about things, it was kind of more academic focused, like how do we share this better, what do we do? And then someone asked, there was a name for it, and I'm not going to remember the name. Someone else wants to own me out. There were postcards, but it's like the Pioneer or something. And I know a couple of my schools still do that, but I guess they don't do it anymore. And so there was this whole really beautiful conversation about, it's not a hard thing to grab. I don't know if they just had it in the office or teachers got a certain number. I couldn't tell you how that worked. that preceded me, but just saying, you know, they would write them to home to parents like, hey, join Lynn in my class today, blah, 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 this is why she's great, stick it in the mail. And these parents were talking about what it was like to receive that postcard, something positive about their kid. And so as they were talking about these things and not knowing good things, I thought, oh, you know what, I bet there's an opportunity for us here, you know, to send a quick, it used to be really good about, if I left a classroom, you know, whether it was just pop in and see or whatever, like, hey, thanks for letting me pop in, I really liked blank, you know. And then I don't know when I kind of got away from it, but I thought, I bet there's something that we could do in there just when we see something, or, you know, sometimes you're walking down a hall and you see a display and think, okay, that's very cool. But maybe we can be more intentional, especially because I think if you, unless we're at a school for a purpose where like the whole faculty knows you're coming in, they're coming in, you can be in one grade or one content area and the other teachers have no idea, right? And so, unless you sub, because I will tell you, even when I slide in 5 minutes before the bell rings, by the first period, 3 people will have heard that I'm in the building and they will absolutely come talk to me between passing periods, which is super fun. But for the most part, you know, everybody in the building doesn't know you're there. And so, I don't know, I thought maybe we could just kind of think through personally, you know, I'm not gonna challenge you or anything, but what can I do so that, you know, more people in my buildings know that I'm in here and I see what you're doing and appreciate that. So,
you know, I'd love to pick your brain for a minute. I've got the same problem Julie does. I've got 3 SECs that meet at the same time, basically. One's like at 2:30, 2:45, 3 o'clock. And so I can only get to them like once every 3 months.
right.
So what do you guys, how do you handle those conflicts? What's working for you?
I just rotate it and I let them know like, okay, I'm planning to come to your meeting in March and I'm going here in April, you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
But sometimes then they do crazy things like postpone their meeting or cancel their meeting.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I'll see you in 2026.
Well, you know, I think another thing you can do is show them that you are reading their minutes. Say, you know, I read your minutes, I appreciate what this and this and this that I see is happening, and, you know, just demonstrate I am reading your minutes.
That's a great idea.
I also try to go to other meetings, so I may go to a faculty meeting or a PTA meeting or something like that. But I try to get to something in every school. Actually, faculty meetings are my favorite. I really like this.
Gosh, I think I need to step it up.
Well,
as
even
a
meeting with the
shy
principal,
person,
you know.
You can just meet with the principal
I'm
in
just
his office.
saying, all right.
That's what I do when they change their SCC meetings.
You just show up.
I just show up and say, okay, let's talk for 5 minutes.
Well, I think part of the job is knowing which principals respond. Like some of them really like to, hey, can we walk the building together? Some would like to schedule something on the calendar at a time. I think Superintendent said it best. It was a while ago now, but he said, you know, every member boards differently. And I like board as a verb. And so sometimes when I'm talking to people or, you know, say like, what would you like me to do differently? Maybe I can, maybe I can't. And for every patron and every employee, that's different, you know? And so.
But isn't that humbling when you realize that they appreciate you being there? There's that feeling of, wow, our board member is here. That's pretty humbling for me.
I had a moment at that recent political thing that some of us attended, and somebody who I've never met before just said, you know what, I really don't agree with much of what you think, but I appreciate that you keep me updated and that you explain where you're feeling. And I was shocked, but it's also kind of a cool moment to know that people really are watching and the effort matters for them. Were you going to say something?
Well, I was just chuckling because people confuse Ada and I all the time. We're both from Warren, we both have short hair, and we go, you know, and they'll say, hi, Ada. And I say, no, I'm Sarah. Oh! It happens all the time. So clearly we don't get out often enough to some people.
Oh, I think the 3 of us have also been.
I've been called Stacy, I've been called Sarah Beeson, I've been called Joylyn. I'm like, haven't been called Jason Sundberg yet. That one's coming.
Well, that's relief.
Which is kind of cool. They may not know who they saw, but they saw somebody.
They saw somebody.
Okay, the last thing I just kind of want to call attention to is on the, oh, hold on, it's on this page, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. Regularly practice emailing mindfully. And if you go to the end of the chapter, which I realized I unofficially have this in my personal, how Stacy Bateman responds, it's on page 71. Compose it. Stop and take a deep breath. Think about that person, right? I really like that it says, decide if it's mostly transactional in nature. Sometimes I put myself in like a 1 hour hold or a 24-hour hold because I don't want to send something out that the next morning maybe I wouldn't be proud of. Anyway, so I just thought if I were going to write something down for somebody, this is exactly what I would do. And I think, especially with patrons, sometimes I respond back and then I don't ever hear from them again. So I don't know if they just needed me to confirm, I got your email, I hear your concerns, and they don't need anything else. But anyways, I just thought as we are intentional with the way we communicate and with so many people that we represent, email is a primary form of communication for a lot of people, right? So anyways, I just thought those were really good tips, and I think as long as we are intentional about how we're staying connected to people, that's what matters. I think everybody is doing their best and verbing, boarding differently. So thanks.
Any other comments or anything else from your observations of the chapter you'd like to chime in at this point?
Brief emails are better.
Brief emails are better.
Well, and you know, we've talked about this before, but maybe not since Joy Lynn has been on, but Mark and I were sitting once in a meeting and and people were astounded that our school district responds to every email, specifically the board. And even the smallest districts didn't respond, and you would think, and they said, you respond to every email, and we're like, yeah, between the 7 of us, we do. Which I didn't think was so astounding, but I guess the more you get out and you talk to different districts, it was kind of interesting, wasn't it, Mark?
It was interesting that some of the small districts, they were like, you respond to emails? We never respond to
And we
emails."
were astounded that they didn't.
Yeah.
We're like, you don't? So.
Quite interesting.
Did they say what that, like that stresses me out, so if you don't respond, then.
They felt like there was a legal problem if they responded. So I don't know that. I do not know their reasoning, but they felt like it was increasing the risk that they would be sued or something if they responded to emails.
But I'm grateful we do have a responsive board. Everyone does respond, and that's nice.
One thing that stood out to me, and it's a framework that I tend to use sometimes to try and help me find what I call a higher unifying truth, that there are positive polarities. And I appreciate the fact that they separate this idea of be separate and connected. And you tend, by your nature of your personality, to lean one way or the other, and to be aware of that and to pulse the relationship to say, do I need to be more separated or connected? How do I hold those in active tension? And it probably, I need to process through a little bit more, but it probably depends on the relationship, depends on the context and the situation. But just to be aware of one is not better than the other. There's times to be separate, there's times to be connected. Depends on the relationship and where that pendulum has kind of swung and where you may need to adjust that depending on the relationship situation at hand. So it was a good framework to see that as another positive polarity.
I really like that part too. And especially as your relationships with people change, because I think, you know, like when you first get a new principal and then you start working with them and how that, yeah.
One of the things that I was thinking about with the first part of this chapter, remember that case study of the man who had been a part of the team, and then he was elevated to be the leader of the team, and he couldn't figure out how to relate to the team anymore, whether to go out and socialize with them, or how do you be the leader? And I was just thinking about the concept of paradigm shifting, that when your paradigm shifts, everything goes back to zero. And I thought about that a lot. Like when I moved from elementary to junior high, I was terrified. It's like the district said, no, you have to do this, you have to open this program. And I said, I don't know if I can. They said, you'll figure it out. But I kept thinking about that, like, because you're successful in one aspect or one arena or one, skill, doesn't necessarily mean you can be successful in another one. So just because you're a successful elementary teacher does not mean you have the skills to be a successful junior high teacher. Just because you're a successful high school teacher doesn't mean you can be a successful principal. There are different skill sets. And so as I thought about this man who was just trying to navigate and trying to figure out how to navigate the relationships and how to be a good leader and work with other leaders and work with his team members, I just kept thinking some of our principals are in that situation. They are new and they're coming from being a teacher, now they're a leader, and sometimes even with teachers they know are in their own schools occasionally. And they're struggling. You know, they've gone back to zero and they've got to figure out how to lead. And so sometimes we need to maybe extend a little grace to them, or a little support to them, or a little encouragement to them, because they may not really have everything settled the way they like right now, and they're just trying to figure it out.
I met with all the administrators who have new assignments, and met with Katie Bowman, who was a principal and now is going to be the supervisor of that group. So she was the peer of that group,
Yeah.
and now she's supervising that group. And we talked a little bit about some strategies, and I was junior high principal, then became supervisor of junior high principals, and I said you'll be a different role, and just use your strengths. You're well respected and trusted. Just continue to build that trust in your reactions. It'll be awkward at first, and I think it is, but then as they get into routine, they will start to see that person, especially as you step into that role. People will see you in that role and build trust for you and with you in that role.
Well, it may be tricky for some of our principals to have to be in a supervisory or even a disciplinary role with peers that they have worked with and that they respect, but now suddenly they have to have a difficult discussion with them. It happens.
Well, I think we tie it back to what Julie said at the very beginning. Like, I love that she has that conversation with them, right? Stop, start, and what?
Keep.
And keep.
Keep, stop, start.
Like, I think some of the favorite supervisors I've ever had is this, when you have that yearly review, but instead of it being like a formality, it's a conversation. Like, what are your goals? Where would you like to be? And I like having that conversation with patrons, right? Like, what are you looking for in your board member? And I think the more we can focus on those areas, I think we all just be better, right? And I also think I've seen when some patrons want maybe something specific to happen, and I'm trying to explain either why that's not in my purview or maybe why it wouldn't be the best practice to help them understand what our role is, right? And I think one thing I really have appreciated about the Skyridge community over the last couple of years is just kind of the way things have settled into, like, what is your admin, what is your board member, like, what is the teacher, right? And so just been kind of cool to watch as everybody is kind of, I think sometimes we get things that somebody's like, it's their last effort, right? Like they're just kind of done. And so now to watch, like, as more people have kind of like, I go through my teacher first and then through my principal and things, and honestly, it's so odd, but some of my strongest connections are with the people who maybe have the biggest challenges in their school, or they were really frustrated with something, and we've all kind of worked through it and come out the other side. And obviously, like, it's an ideal outcome, but very cool to be a part of.
I like what you're saying about establishing channels or educating people as to what the channels are, like what is our role and what isn't our role. So I really appreciate being able to kick an email to Annalise or Joel or one of you, and any of you, and say, would you respond to this? Because this is really not my wheelhouse, this is yours. And to have the confidence that they will take care of it in a tactful and effective way. And that's, I think, maybe good for the public to know too, is there are people who are experts on this that know more than I do, and they can help you with that. We do that a lot, actually. Okay, other comments, insights? If not, then I think we can adjourn and go ahead and have something to eat, have a leisurely dinner tonight, and meet back at 6 o'clock for what looks like to be a pretty long agenda. We've got quite a few items on it. So let's go ahead and take a break. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Stacy, for your good discussion. And thank you for your good presentations. And we appreciate the information we get on a regular basis. It really helps us in our job. So thank you. Again, we'd like to welcome all of you here to the Alpine School District School Board meeting. And it looks like we have a lot of great artists out in the hall, and we've been enjoying their work for the past few weeks, and we are excited to meet them face to face. So we will begin with a Pledge of Allegiance that would be led by Cammie Harper. So please stand.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
That is always one of my favorite parts. It never gets old. Okay, we have an inspirational thought or reflection tonight by Lisa Adams, who is the media specialist at Silver Lake Elementary. Yeah, come right on up.
That I just found 30 seconds ago. Okay. Humble leaders are willing to pass on the credit but absorb the criticism, push others higher while making themselves lower, and put the team's desires ahead of their own. A leader's job is to shepherd, not necessarily to always shine. It's about the mission, the team, and the tribe, and I appreciate your efforts and the leadership that you all bring to the district. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, now is one of our favorite parts of the meeting, and that is a time for recognitions. And we have some wonderful artists and wonderful people here that we're going to recognize tonight. We like to recognize a lot of different kinds of accomplishments throughout the district. And so tonight, what we'll do is we'll bring the students in groups, and they will come in and line up right here in the front, and we will take a picture, and then we'll get out of the way, or they'll get out of the way, and parents, you can come take pictures. And then at the end of that group, we'd like to invite the parents to stand up so we can recognize you for the support you've given your students. When all of the student artists have been recognized, you are free to leave because we know that you've got maybe busy family schedules. So we'll turn over to Stacy Bateman for the Skyridge Cluster of Recognitions.
Students from the Skyridge Cluster have had artwork displayed here at the district office for the past few months. We would like to thank all of the students for allowing their art to be displayed in our hallways. Their artwork has transformed the district office into an art gallery, adding color and beauty for all to enjoy. Quite often you can see patrons and employees stopping to admire the different pieces that are displayed. Okay, we'll start with Belmont Elementary, and students, when I read your name, will you raise your hand, please? Okay, so first we have Nolan Barker, David Cruz, Claire Hatch, Melissa Marcos Penelosa, Alice Turan, and Katie Vellis.
I'd like to shake the hands of these students, so if you'll turn around, come over here, and just step up. Okay, step up. There you go, and just shake our hands.
Next up, we have Eagle Crest Elementary. We have Reed Bauer, Olivia Lyman, Maddox Ozuna, Caroline Reed, Lillian Strong, and Clara Sylvester. Now we'll welcome our East Shore students. And then students, if you'll raise your hand when I call your name. Macy Horton, Jasper Lowe, Cassidy Rowe, and Cambry Spencer. Next up, we will welcome Fox Hollow. Okay, will you raise your hand when I say your name, because I'm going to read several. So we've got James Christensen, Harper Diamond, Owen Erb, Sloan McMullen, Bentley Peterson, and Rulin Wade. Cheatham Elementary. Okay, students, will you raise your hand when I say your name, please? We have London Dabb, Nora Dunn, Carly Johns, Charlotte Rich, Connor Owens, and James Spencer. Lehigh Junior High. Okay, students, if you will raise your hand when I read your name. Lillian Bigler, Camille Gardner, Walker Johnson, Trevin Mitchell, Anna Smith, Casey Speaker, and Bria Wilson. Liberty Hills Elementary. Okay, students, if you will raise your hand when I read your name, that would be great. We have Scarlett Beam, Scarlett Coleman, Olive Garlock, Ellie Kim, Lyndon Tribe, and Penny White. And now we'll welcome Sago Lily Elementary. Okay, students, will you please raise your hand when I call your name? We have Talea Belenchi, Nazareth Diaz Hernandez, Ireland Gledhill, Natalie Macon, Katie Powell, and B. Stevenson. Next up, we have Sky Ridge High School. But first, we're going to recognize Scarlett Coleman from Liberty Hills. Now we'll welcome Sky Ridge High School. Okay, excellent. Ladies, if you will raise your hand when I say your name, that would be most helpful. We have Zoe Barris, Sylvie Dyches, Adele Gardner, Emily Haymond, Portia Hugh, Kylie Hunt, Juana James, Brianna Madsen, Lila Jo Stanley, and Alexandra Wiggins. Next, we have Traverse Mountain Elementary. Okay, students, if you will raise your hand when I read your name, that would be awesome. We have Emma Curtis, Maya Daughter, Luke Grossen, Cole Hurlis, and Lucy Jex. And now we will welcome Viewpoint Middle School. Okay, students, if you will raise your hand when I say your name, that would be awesome. We have Zalia Phlox, Abigail Given, Felicity Hoffert, London Johnson, Mishka Winyo, Julia Lee, Alexander Lyon, Audrey Lyman, and Elise Nguyen.
We can have friends and family members who support these students stand up. We'd like to give you a round of applause. Those of you to the left. I think I can speak for the entire board when I say that we love walking down these halls. And there is some art there that is so beautiful, and some of it is so thought-provoking, some of it is so deep and technical. It is a joy to have student art in our building. So we're grateful for the efforts of the parents, the art teachers, all of those who help support these students. We have another classification of awards we're going to be looking at, and these are called the RISE Awards. these are awards that are given to people who make a difference for students, parents, colleagues, and others. Um, RISE stands for remarkable, inspiring, selfless, and encouraging. So let's start with Board Member Wilson.
Thank you. We're going to start tonight with a teacher from Lake Ridge Junior High, Matt Longson.
Come on up.
He was nominated by Ella Van Dyke. Is Ella here tonight? Okay, great. But we also have Principal Derek Ellison, who's accompanying him. Ella wrote, Mr. Longson is a great teacher. He always does fun things and makes every class worth it, even if we're doing something really boring. What do you teach? Oh, never boring, yeah. He is honestly my favorite teacher at Lake Ridge Junior. He is one of the only reasons I can go to school in the mornings. It is always exciting to think about what fun things we will be doing. He always adds fun little twists to things that make it all the better. I think that he is the best teacher ever, and that is why he deserves the RISE Award. Congratulations.
Now, if you'll just scoot over, we'll do all of the RISE Awards before we shake hands.
Next up, we'll ask, we've got our RISE Award recipient from Shelley Elementary, Hannah Claridge, if she'll come on up with Matt Goebel, her principal, and we invite Marcy, who nominated her, if Marcy's here this evening. Marcy isn't with us, but I'm going to go ahead and read her words. She said, Mrs. Claridge is remarkable. She teaches, encourages, genuinely cares for, praises, and inspires her students. My son always felt his contributions were valued. He felt seen and special, which is how all of her students feel. Her classroom feels like sunshine, and she even wears fun clothes and earrings so her students have something educational and interesting to look at. She is patient and kind with all students. Talking to another parent, we agree, Mrs. Claridge is magical. Her students adore her. Mrs. Claridge was a remarkable start to all-day school for my son in first grade. Congratulations, Hannah.
Our next awardee is Elizabeth Thane, a translator at Central Elementary, if she could come forward. She was nominated by Rita Lewis, and Ryan Wells is her principal here. So, Rita wrote, I'm pleased to nominate my colleague Elizabeth Thane for the RISE Award. Elizabeth is an invaluable asset to Central Elementary. Although her title is school translator, she's so much more. Elizabeth works with over 75 new language learners. She is passionate and dedicated to her work and students. She advocates for her students and serves as a liaison to meet the needs of new families. Elizabeth works countless hours and collaborates with teachers to best help our L students succeed. I appreciate her continued support of teachers. Elizabeth Thane is well deserving of this award.
Next up, we have Alison Waldron, and I don't believe she is here, nor can I see to know. But she was nominated by Siri Kipp, and Christian Smith is the principal. And I don't. No movement. Okay. Siri wrote, I am a senior at Westlake, and Alison Waldron has been working with me since 5th grade. She is the most kind, intelligent, and supportive person I have ever met. She was with me through all of my hearing loss struggles, and she made me feel strong and capable. She never gave up on me getting the help I needed at school, even when I was reluctant to work with her. She deserves to be recognized for the amazing work she has done to help kids accept and work with their disabilities while helping them to feel loved and understood. Thank you.
another category of award that is new and is very exciting. These are the ESS Aspiring Educator Scholarships. ESS is the Alpine School District's partner in working to provide consistent quality substitutes in all 90 schools throughout the district. As part of this relationship, ESS donates $12,000 each year to the Alpine School District Foundation for the ESS Aspiring Educator Scholarship. If ESS representatives are here, Joe Dunlop and Natalie Williams, would you stand? Joe's always here. He comes every meeting. Thank you. Dozens of graduating seniors from throughout the district apply for the scholarship, and the committee that includes several ESS team members reviews the applications and selects 6 winners, each of whom receives a $2,000 award. If any of these people are here, please come forward. I'm not sure if they were. I'm not sure if they're going to be here tonight, but their names are. The recipients this year are Liana Giles from American Fork High School, Molly Hendrickson and Ellie Osler from Skyridge High School, Grace Alphin, Cassidy Conley, and Jennifer Toyer from Pleasant Grove High School. So congratulations to all of these students, and thank you to ESS. We really count on ESS to help us with our schools when our teachers are gone, so they perform a very, very important service to us and now to our students. All right, the Meta Support Award, Julie.
So we appreciate the partnership we have with Meta. In 2024, they donated $146,059 for community action grants and additional grants to schools in the Cedar Valley and Westlake clusters to promote and support STEM education and the expansion of effective technology in teaching and learning. To date, Meta has donated over $1.6 million to the Alpine School District Foundation. Thank you to Meta.
This evening, we'd also like to recognize and congratulate some state champions from Lone Peak. Congratulations to the Lone Peak High School 2023-2024 UHSAA 6A Boys State Tennis Champions. There they are. Look at their picture up there. Just for your information, award certificates have been sent to the school to be given to the student athletes during their recognition ceremony that they have at the school. So congratulations, Lone Peak boys.
Okay, now it is time for community comments. When I read your name, come on up here to this microphone. We have 3 people signed up tonight. We'll start with John Barrick and then John Gadd. So, John, come on up.
Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak to you. 10 of the 14 cities in the Alpine School District last month voted unanimously to create 2 interlocal agreements that would effectively create a 3-way split of the school district. I would urge you to, as a school board, to also put forward a 3-way split, not option 3, the 2-way split. These interlocal agreement members need to have better data in order to make informed decisions. I would like to thank 2 of our board members specifically for their thought leadership. Once again, Julie King for her updates on interlocal updates, and What About the Employees, which was super informative, and Stacy Bateman for her continual reconfigure updates. Both of those are super important for those of us in the community that care about this issue. Thank you very much. I would like to also thank you for providing Mr. Sundberg from the Business Services providing some additional data, but I'm going to keep asking for more. So I'm glad that the district discovered last Monday that MGT had used the fiscal year 24 enrollment data and matched that with the fiscal year 23 financial data. But I'm unsure why we're still not using fiscal year 24 data. Mr. Sundberg also mentioned during the update given to city officials last week that by law, once a budget is made, you had to meet that budget. So if we knew what the fiscal year 24 budget was, and it's $37 million just in the general fund, more than the fiscal year 23 budget is, I'm not sure why we're not using that data, given especially that there are a couple schools that were closed including Sharon Elementary and Valley View, that probably created $1 to $2 million of savings. I'd also like to point out the capital funds, starting to provide some capital fund data, but I think there needs to be more. For example, Rob Smith, the former business director, in 2021 told the Lehigh Free Press that ASD had deferred maintenance of $82.5 million for projects like roofing and asphalt and air conditioning since 2016. What's that deferred maintenance number now? And what is the breakup between the three potential school districts? How much resides in the west of the deferred maintenance? How much of it resides in the central, and how much in the east? Additionally, we used enrollment data, but why aren't we projecting future enrollment? We've provided basically the 2022 bond as a, recycled the bond projects, but what are the other projects? Do we have a 5 and 10-year capital plan for the district? And if so, what are the 5 and 10-year projects that the west side needs for new schools? Does Lehigh need any new schools? What are the seismic issues that are in the central and the east portions of the district? We know that there's 28 schools, but we don't know much more than that. What is the plan? The FEMA said that it is recommended to have a target date established to replace all URMs, unreinforced masonry schools. Where's our plan? Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, John. Now John Gadd, come on up. And after John, Jacob Zins.
Good afternoon or evening. My name is John Gadd. I live in Pleasant Grove. I've come to these school board meetings, 3 or 4 times, talking about problems with the MGT study, that the data is flawed, that the study was rigged by the school board. And I now find that you guys are going around to public meetings talking about how the data in the MGT study is flawed. So I appreciate that you now agree with me, although I think we're talking about different data. But you seem to acknowledge now that the MGT study has some problems, and yet you still seem to be moving forward with using that as a feasibility study in order to do a school split, which is just wrong. You guys know, and you've publicly admitted, that the MGT study is flawed, that the data has serious issues, and yet you still feel comfortable moving forward recommending a district split based on that flawed study, and that's just wrong. The other thing that you're doing right now that's troubling to me and a lot of people is you're sort of leaking out there on Facebook and other places that your plan before any district split happens is to do another bond and raise taxes to hurry up and raise a whole bunch of money so you can build some West Side schools. And the idea is that let's get that through before the district split happens so that all the East Side people can help pay for those West Side schools. Well, the problem with that is the East Side has a whole bunch of issues too. For example, there's 28 schools that are seismically unsafe, according to your own reports. 15 schools in the proposed East District, 13 schools in the Central District, 0 schools in the West District. So you're going to raise a whole bunch of money and put a whole bunch of debt on all of the people in the Central and East Side districts so we can pay for West Side schools. But are you simultaneously going to raise a whole bunch of money from the West people to pay for all the seismic problems in the 28 schools on the East and Central sides that need all that seismic upgrades? So my suggestion to you is, now that the school district split has happened with these interlocals and it's sort of out of your hands, they can split whether you guys want them to or not, regardless of what you do. If you pass any bonds that you plan to do anything with, it better be split evenly east to west. Fix seismic issues on this side, build schools on that side. But don't dump a whole bunch of debt on the east side to build schools in the west, and meanwhile leave the east side to pay for their own seismic upgrades. The estimates for those seismic upgrades are anywhere between $250 million and $500 million. There's a whole bunch of need on the east side. So let's not dump a bunch of debt on the east side and not take care of the needs on the east side. Thanks.
Thank you, John. And Jacob.
Hi, how's it going? I used to work for Alpine School District at Central Elementary, so it's good to see some of these people here. Ended up leaving. The reason I'm here is because I've homeschooled my kids for 15 credits, and we just received the Utah Fits All Scholarship. That's a scholarship that the state created for people who homeschool, or if you go to private schools or things like that, where you can use the money to help get to those private schools or homeschooling. Anyways, as I was working with the Alpine School District, I know that there's a lot of resources that we have in the Alpine School District, and I was hoping to encourage you to open up those resources to these scholarship students. I have 4 kids, and I would love to have them participate in some of the activities, some of the classes that you have in Alpine School District. And so what I would recommend is possibly creating an a la carte type system for members of the community, not just people who have this scholarship. There's also a lot of other homeschoolers who didn't get the scholarship who would love to use some of the facilities here in Alpine School District. For instance, my daughter loves woodworking. I would love to have her be able to be a part of one of the woodworking classes, but if I have a scholarship, there's no way for us to do that. And I know that some people who have received scholarships have called the district to find out whether you would become a vendor and be able to allow us to purchase services from you. I would just, again, encourage you to do that. Become a vendor, find ways that you could share the resources in the school, and maybe even have opportunities for instructors to have summer jobs. I would love to have more opportunities for summer education for my kids using these funds. That's all I had to say, but thank you very much for all you do. I really do love the Alpine School District and all the resources that are there, and I would love to use some of those in my homeschooling efforts. Thank you.
Jacob. Okay, now we move into the business portion of our meeting, starting with approval of the minutes. I need a motion to approve the minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes.
Second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Sarah and seconded by Ada. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Thank you. The minutes are approved. Dr. Farnsworth.
Yes, board members, you have received the claims for the month, and I recommend you accept the claims.
I need a motion to accept claims.
I move that we accept the claims.
And a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Stacy and seconded by Julie. Is there any discussion?
I just want to say thank you to all the generous people who have donated to individual classrooms, sometimes individual schools, to all teachers in a school. Anyway, our foundation numbers look really nice. Thank you to our public.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, the claims have been approved.
Routine business this month includes the budget summary, the Alpine Foundation board summary, personnel hiring and releases, and student trip requests, and I recommend that you accept the routine business.
Need a motion?
Move that we accept routine business.
A second?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Mark and seconded by Sarah. Is there any comment? Seeing none, let's vote. All yes. Thank you for that clarification. All in favor of approving the routine business, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, the routine business stands approved.
Yes, we have a series of action items. We have been working with our employment groups and appreciate them being here. We have Mike Gowans, Derek Smith, and Brandon Ingalls representing our certified negotiating team, our Alpine Educators Association. We would invite Mike to come forward on behalf of that organization. We have finalized the negotiated agreement, and we recommend the board approve that negotiated agreement.
It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Just after 22 years of doing this, I don't know what else to say. You know, I can only say that we were good at negotiations so many times. But we really do appreciate the ability to negotiate with the district. The district's negotiation team was great to work with. We appreciate the collaboration on the policies and everything that we've worked on. And our teachers, they passed the contract, the tentative contract 92% approval rating of those who voted, so we feel pretty good about it, and we appreciate everything that you guys have done for us.
Thank you, Mike, and Derek, and Brandon. And there were some challenges with insurance and other wrestles, but I appreciate your engagement, staying in the process. Appreciate Cammie Harper and her team that represented the district and the board in those negotiations.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the certified negotiated agreement.
I move that we approve the 2024-2025 certified negotiated agreement with the understanding that the reference policies will be action items in future board meetings.
Okay, a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Julie and seconded by Stacy. Is there any discussion?
Just wanted to comment on those policies that we spent a lengthy time this morning in policy committee reviewing them and just really looking at them. There were a couple that aren't in the typical format that we use, and so we're just bringing them forward as a complete package instead of bringing them forward and then bringing them forward a second time.
Appreciate the goodwill negotiations that we have and the good relationship we have with you, our certified employees, and appreciate the policy team for their attention to detail, just ironing out the adjustments that we need to make. So thank you.
Any other further discussion?
Just that the three of us today, as we sat with Craig and reviewed some of those, that the three of us have read through the negotiations, the policies, and we'll be looking forward to encouraging the rest of the board to approve those in the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved by Julie and seconded by Stacy that we approve the 2024-25 certified negotiated agreement.
Approve it with the understanding that the reference policies will be action items in future board meetings.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, the agreement stands approved. Congratulations.
Invite Lisa Adams to come forward and members of her team that she wishes to bring forward. We appreciate she wanted to sing the Shrek song about being alone or something.
I was like that donkey in Shrek, I'm all alone. That's me tonight. So I appreciate the opportunity to address the board concerning the negotiated agreement for our support professionals. And on behalf of my executive board and classified employees of the district, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the efforts made, especially by the negotiation team. I admire them all and enjoy working together with them. Unforeseen variables. I was telling Ada earlier that in the last 6 years, every year there seems to be the word unprecedented that seems to happen every year. This is an unprecedented year, and I would love a year where we don't use that word. So maybe next year we'll have a precedented year, maybe. But unforeseen variables have undoubtedly marked our school year, and navigating this uncertain time has required careful consideration and flexibility. And the ability to provide increases to our employees in our district reflects a commitment to recognizing the essential role our support professionals play in the smooth functioning of our schools. Your decision to value our support professionals is a testament to your understanding of the importance of their contributions, and it speaks to your dedication to ensuring that all members of our educational community feel valued and respected. And additionally, I wanted to express my appreciation for the district's approach to including and effectively communicating with our association. This collaborative effort fosters a sense of partnership and ensures that the voices of our support professionals and classified employees are heard and considered in important decisions, and we enjoy our association with you and the district leadership and appreciate the excellent relationship we have with one another, so thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
We would recommend your approval of that. It is a pleasure to work with Lisa and her team every month, and appreciate the work that our senior leadership team did with our support professionals in negotiating their agreement.
Do we have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the 24-25 classified negotiated agreements.
Second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mark and seconded by Ada. Is there any discussion?
I would just like to tell Lisa that we really appreciate the friendly face that all of our classified employees provide. I think when I see secretaries, bus drivers, all of these employees, they all go out of their way to be friendly and to really let our community and our students know that they care about them.
friendly amend that we include that the policies come forward at a future board meeting.
I accept that friendly amendment. So it would be, the motion would be that we approve the 24-25 classified negotiated agreements. Let's see, with the understanding that reference policies will be action items in future board meetings.
I second my second.
Is there any other discussion? All right, we have a motion by Mark and a second by Ada to approve the 2024-25 classified negotiated agreements with a friendly amendment as described. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, it stands approved. And thank you.
Okay, the next item is our 24-25 land trust plans. You received some training in our study session. The board members have all reviewed those land trust plans that our schools have developed in conjunction with their school committee councils. Appreciate your efforts as board members to review those, and we recommend that we approve the 24-25 land trust plans for all of our schools.
Motion to approve.
I move that we approve the 24-25 land trust plans.
Okay, it's been moved by Sarah and seconded by Stacy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. All right, the land trust plans stand approved. Congratulations to all of the members of our SCCs, our principals, parents, all those who worked really hard to determine those school needs, to allocate resources, and to make it happen. So thank you, all of you.
And our association reps, you're welcome to stay for the full meeting, but you are also welcome to go. We appreciate you being here, and yeah, I know, and I'm giving you an excuse to leave. So you're welcome to appreciate our relationship with you, and thank you for taking the time to be here this evening.
And President Hacken, I just wanted to note that in our study session, we mentioned the fact that our school community councils are allocating over $13 million in our school district this year. So that's a great responsibility, and they do a good job.
Thank you.
Okay, Resolution 2024-006 authorizes a vehicle declared for disposition, and we recommend that you authorize that vehicle to be disposed of. It's a 2004 Chevy Silverado truck.
It's time. Do I have a motion?
I'm always afraid to do these because I might buy it. Okay, I will move that we accept Resolution 2024-006, authorizing a vehicle declared excess for disposition.
And a second? Okay, it's been moved by Julie and seconded by Sarah. Is there any discussion? You can work out details later if you want to buy it. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. All right, the resolution passes.
Thank you. Resolution 2024-007 authorizes a vehicle to be declared excess for disposition. This is a 2006 GMC truck, and we recommend that you accept that recommendation to dispose of that vehicle.
All right, do I have a motion?
I will do it again. I move that we accept Resolution 2024-007, authorizing a vehicle declared excess for disposition.
And a second? Okay, it's been moved by Julie, seconded by Stacy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, resolution passes.
Resolution 2024-008 is authorizing an agreement between Alpine School District and Verizon Wireless to place a cell tower lease at Cedar Valley High School, and we recommend your approval of that resolution.
Okay, I need a motion.
I move that we accept Resolution 2024-008, the self-tower lease agreement between Alpine School District and Verizon Wireless located at Cedar Valley High School.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Julie and seconded by Joy Lynn. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote on resolution 2024. Cell tower lease agreement between Alpine School District at a high school. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Thank you. The resolution passes.
Next resolution is 2024-009, a cell tower lease agreement between Alpine School District and Verizon Wireless at Skyridge High School, and we recommend that you approve that resolution.
Motion?
Move that we approve Resolution 2024-009, cell tower lease agreement between Alpine School District and Verizon Wireless at Skyridge High School.
Second.
Moved by Stacy and seconded by Joy Lynn. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote on Resolution 2024-009, cell tower lease agreement between Alpine School District and Verizon Wireless at Skyridge High School. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The resolution passes.
Next action item is Policy 1620, Community Committee has been revised. We invite our legal counsel, Executive Director of Legal Services, Craig Brinkerhoff, to come forward and can respond to any questions that the board members have, and we recommend that you accept the revisions to Policy 1620.
Any questions?
For the sake of the public, would you briefly describe what this is?
Sorry, I can do
Thank
that. So previously we had in this policy what we recognize as district community councils, similar to our school community councils. Our school community councils are required in statute as something that we do. District community councils were something that the district several years ago decided to add on to that from a district perspective rather than a school perspective. I think looking at this, and some of the board members can correct me, but there was some duplication of processes. We're not completely doing away with the community councils, but we're readjusting how those form and how they operate. And so the idea is that instead of having a big district community council similar to the schools, that we have ad hoc committees that the district can call on when needed and for purposes that might be needed for projects or what it might, what have you. So the idea is not to have a formal organization that is ongoing and potentially duplicating services, but rather have the opportunity to create ad hoc committees that could vary in scope and size. Also, it gives potentially more patrons the ability to participate in those ad hoc committees where previously there was an election process, etc. And so this really simplifies it and boils it down, and just we got rid of all the election processes, all the formality of it, and we just left it with the idea that we would be able to create committees as needed and when needed.
In addition to that, we have communicated to our district community council our intention to leverage our school community councils and organize them as needed by cluster area for community involvement and feedback.
One thing I wanted to mention as well is this has been a form of discussion amongst board members for at least over a year. And one of the things that I think, especially after the discussion that we've had today on land trusts and the importance of school community councils, it just made sense to us to be able to have and access those members that are community council members that have been elected by those in that cluster area, the areas that they serve, and to be able to utilize them in different capacities that would be able to provide different viewpoints and help us still gather parental viewpoints, things that we need to use. And so this isn't as much of we're getting rid of parent feedback as much as we are enhancing a group that is already formed, elected, and already there to be able to use them in capacities that would help us.
I just want to clarify something. You said something about we did away with the election. I just want to make it clear that the DCC, as it was functioning, had no elected.
Okay, thank you.
It had no elected body. That these were board appointees, which kind of contributed to the problem. That anyway, I do want to recognize that this appears to be a step back, but I hope that it's a step forward. because we've created a shell of what could potentially exist, and I think it's up to our board and to our superintendent to make sure that we utilize these patrons and parents, grandparents who are volunteering and have been elected at their local level, as Sarah mentioned. I hope that we can find active ways, not just, made up ways, but real ways that we can use them and involve them in. And I don't know, I would like to see something more established than ad hoc. But I'm willing to wait and see how this evolves. Thank you.
Can we make a motion? Are we ready to do that? I move that we approve policy 1620, the community committees.
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved by Sarah and seconded by Joy Lynn. Is there any other discussion?
I would just like to speak to the motion. I would like to say thank you. Thank you to all those who have served on past community councils and committees, and thank you to all those who will serve on community committees. That the community is a vital part of our district, and the councils that we work together with and we communicate and collaborate with are vital to the success of our students. So thank you.
I just wanted to comment also, these district community councils have kind of been unsung heroes because they have contributed significantly to the district and have given us feedback on issues where we needed to know what the community was feeling. And they also provided a really valuable role in communicating what's going on in the district to the individual community councils, and they met with them every time, basically monthly. And I guess in addition to thinking about how these district community committees could provide feedback to the district, I think we also need to think about how do we get information to those community council chairs, because the district community council played a vital role in doing that.
I will also add my thanks to those who have served, and I think what I really love about this new configuration, if you will, as the district has kind of shifted to schools supported by the district supported schools, this allows us to have our community committees fall in line with that as well. And I think every time we get closer to our schools, get closer to the people, that's a good thing for all of us. So I'm also excited for the flexibility that this will give us to be able to convene committees based on different needs. And then also, just for a fun fact, for those who may not know, when the District Community Council was formed, email wasn't a thing. And so bringing everybody here to get information was a key piece. And now we have people that are driving 45 minutes, right, to come to meetings. So I think whenever we can change along with our evolving needs, that is a positive thing.
And to follow up on what Stacy said, this community council was originally established in the mid-1980s. And that was long before the school land trust program came to the district and before we had school community councils. So it did provide a very vital function in terms of unifying the district, bringing people together from all over the district and discussing issues that were pertinent to everybody. But as the school community councils have evolved and as they have been vigorous and robust in their activities, we are seeing a need for a shift, and we feel like this is a really wholesome and positive direction to go. So, with that in mind, it has been moved by Sarah and seconded by Joy Lynn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Thank you. Policy 1620, as revised, has passed.
Thank you.
Okay, the last action item is the determination of a configuration to send to Utah County for certification. So I will make sure we're all on the same understanding and clarify for our public. The board met on April 30th and recommended that 2 possible considerations be sent to the county for certification. We heard back from the county that an entity can only submit a single proposal for certification. So we recommend that the board act on a single recommendation to push to the county for possible certification. As you are aware, and just to remind our public, the county would then have 5 days to certify that recommendation. Once they have done that, we then can begin a process to start officially receiving public input. Our recommendation, if the board does move forward with a single certification tonight, a recommendation for certification, that we hold a additional board meeting on May 28th. That would give the county time to respond. That would enable us to then move forward with a presentation of information to the public, a feasibility study specific to the recommendation that the board sends to the county and then the county certifies. That would begin the 45-day process on May 28th if the board was to move to have a meeting on that time. That process would end. We would still do 2 public hearings, one on June 11th and one on June 25th, and then we would move the board decision from July 12th to July 16th. That would enable us to do the 45-day public input period and act within 14 days of that public hearing period ending. If you look at the calendar, if that began on the 28th of May, the 45 days would run through July 12th. The board has a previously scheduled board meeting on July 16th. So we would utilize that board meeting for when the board would vote on whether or not to send that certified consideration to the county for ballot consideration. Does that timeline make sense and why we're adjusting? Okay. With that, I would like to, we had a meeting last week when we shared with our city leaders. We invited city leaders to 2 different sessions, and Jason presented the data that was referenced earlier in a public comment. We shared with city leaders. We showed how there were some differences between the MGT data, and we also gave updated capital information. So I would like Jason to review that with the board, and then we would recommend that the board determine a single configuration that we could send on to the county for possible certification.
Better? There we go. Okay. All right. Thanks, Dr. Farnsworth. Okay, so before going through this, had the rehearsal last week, like we were saying a couple times. Try and cover similar things, a few new items. Some history here. So the figuring of the proposed or estimated revenue, we know the revenue and expense for any given fiscal year for the full district. So we've done this same breakdown, not for all of the configurations, but I just looked back today and we did one in FY17, FY21, FY22, and then this one for FY23. The reason we're using the FY23 data is because it is a complete year that's finalized. We have budgets set for FY24, but a lot of times we have the expense budget set and we come less than that. The revenue budget, we could surpass that. A lot of times we set a revenue budget and hope we get more and set an expense budget and have to come under it. So there's some moving parts to that. So the FY23 data was used in this case. When we started working with MGT last fall, they came in not knowing anything really about Alpine School District. So we shared a lot with them, answered questions they had, provided many files with them, probably dozens to 100 different files. There were spreadsheets, there were files with address points of students without student names. I was looking at that. Again, we sent 4 years of data. We sent the October 1st of 20, 21, 22, 23. So all those those so they could plot those, geocode those on a map to be able to see what movements happen, what growth. So we sent them all those things. We met with them maybe once or twice, usually twice a month, answering questions they may have, but allowed them to do what they were doing on the data analysis part. They did a lot of surveys, which we know, or meeting with people. So they did a lot of that in November, December, and then they came earlier this and surveys that went out. Okay. All right. So a little overview of this presentation. So we're going to go over the differences from MGT's final numbers to what we presented to them, and then what we've modified since to be able to try and match what they had a little bit more. We'll go through the capital piece of that, and then be able to show both the operations and capital together in those pieces. One thing that was the difference between theirs and ours was the revenue, and we'll get to that. But the revenue, and looking at, we also have some pieces that show, okay, where the student population projected to be, what is the adjusted taxable value projected to be. I think the key there, the biggest driver of revenue for a proposed district, any district, is the student counts, the student growth. That's where the most funding comes in, is when you're having positive growth and there's a big student population. As tax values increase, they increase everywhere, but it doesn't necessarily result in an increase in revenue. If there's not new growth, how the certified tax rate works for our capital fund, board, and voted, a school district or any taxing entity is guaranteed the same amount of revenue next year as they had this year. So as tax values go up, the rate goes down to match to be able to bring in the same revenue. There's only additional revenue if there's new growth, so land turned into buildings, and that adds to it. And so that's the real key. Or new revenue comes when the taxing entities go through truth in taxation to bring that rate back up. Because most years, values are going up, the rate's going to continue to go down, and those rates have to be brought back up through truth in taxation. For the three key ones that the school board have are the capital, the voted, and the board levies. Other levies are in there but are not controlled or able to be changed at all by school boards. Any questions so far on anything? Okay. Alright, so there's a lot of data here on this first one, but this is comparison of MGT and ASD calculations. So Alpine's original revenue calculations that we sent for FY23 to MGT had many different tabs, a lot of data to be able to see student counts, taxable values. We used the minimum school program final sheet that we get from the state that shows all the WPU information. Most of the revenue is calculated in these cases by, here was the full amount from the state on the minimum school program and the tax that came in, and to be able to calculate an estimate for the different configurations was based on percent of the total student population. So MGT, so Alpine's was based on where the students by school location. So in the case when we first sent to them, there was no high school students, for example, listed in the city of Vineyard, because all of them attend schools, are boundary to schools in Orem. So then MGT's, what they tried to do is they used the student data of where they lived and took that into consideration. We discovered after they gave their final report that they used the October 1st, the most recent data we gave them, the October 1st, 2023 student data, but we felt it was more appropriate to use the October 1st, 2022 because we were using the FY23 funding information. So October 1st of 2023 is in fiscal year 24, October 1st of 22 is in fiscal year 23. So to be able to match those up. So for example, before looking at any overhead cost changes that we've shown a little bit to be able to show this is what Alpine's overhead cost is, this is what it may be for a smaller district. Before doing any of that, there were some discrepancies. between Alpines and MGTs. For example, in option 3, MGT showed for the West a surplus of about 27 million, and Alpine's original calculations were a surplus of 17 million. So looking at that first bullet point under option 3, so MGT had a total of 84,414 students, pretty close to the Alpine's original one of 84,668, but it's in the percentages there. So we know each year that the percent of students in the West is going to climb because there's growing population in the West and slightly declining in the East. So MGT's original had 29.2% for the West, 70.8% for the East, and ASD's original one was 27.9 and 72.1. So that difference between the 27.9 and the 29.2, when you're multiplying as a percent of the total that Alpine received, that's where the difference between the $27 million and the $17 million surplus for the West for option 3. Had MGT used the October 1st, 2022 student data, which aligns with the FY23 funding information, they would have instead had 28.6 for the West and 71.4 for the East. We had shown previously in slides that there's a lot of students that live in Saratoga Springs that are boundary to schools in Lehigh, mainly at Dry Creek, Willow Creek, and Lehigh High. If we, from our original calculations, if we move those 543 students that live in Saratoga Springs but would then be in that West District and need to go to schools there, then the percentages are 28.6 and 71.4 that match what MGT would have had with the October 1st, 2022 student data. There's a lot to that. Any questions or thoughts on that? So, yeah, go ahead, Joanne.
So on the ASD revised, that's using 2022 October 1 data.
It's using that, the one right above where we have 23,641 in the West and 61,027 in the East, except for moving 543 from the East to the West makes it so that the numbers, the percentages come out to match what MGT would have got if they used those numbers.
So when we look at MGT with the 10/1/2022 student data, MGT did not submit a revision. That's us saying what it would be with the revision.
For the percentages, yes, because we have the files we sent to them for the October 1 of 22 and 23 with all the addresses, so then we can see, I did a pivot table to see those, what numbers were in each thing.
So, Jason, during public comment, the issue was brought up that during that period of time, two schools were closed. How do you feel like that? Is that going to significantly impact these numbers?
So we'll get into that. It would a little bit for FY24. There will be a little bit of savings. Those schools are still there. They don't have a principal, a secretary. They do have some custodial still there. They still have utilities because both Valley View and Sharon are there. So my estimate is there's about 600,000 probably in savings that would happen in this year. But most those schools, the full cost of Sharon and Valley View was many millions of dollars, and that expense just moved to a different location because all those teachers that were teaching those 300 or 400 students moved. But it's the operational cost of a principal, secretary, librarian, maybe the nutrition services staff a little bit.
So it's not accurate to completely dismiss all of the expenses. The students remain, and some of the building expenses. So about 600,000. You said
600,000 per school would be saved in that, and that, yeah. There's each year there's going to be things like when we look at FY24 data, it's going to change from what we're showing here. But we're just trying to show a snapshot in time. If the district was reconfigured in this way last year, this is what the numbers would be. So like I was saying before, as percent of a student grows in the West, they're going to be in a better case there. As their taxable value grows a little bit or grows a lot, there will be some of that will help. Just as inflation happens and values go up, that doesn't bring more revenue. But as you have more buildings, more houses, you're going to have more to be able to spread the tax burden across. So going to, we won't go through the same things for option 4, but very similar. Their original, if they had used the October 1st, 2022, they would have had 28.6 in the west, same number as above, 41.3 in the central, and 30.1 in the east. With the, when we revise those by saying, well, we know there's 543 students that live in Saratoga that go to Lehigh schools, not just that go to Lehigh schools, but are boundary to Lehigh schools, and 507 that live in Pleasant Grove but are boundary to AF, Cedar Hills, and Highland schools, and we move them to the east, then the numbers come really close to what MGT would have had they used those October 1st, 2022 numbers. Okay. So this one, these first two slides I think are going to take the most time, but then we'll try and go through quickly on those. So for fiscal year 23, Alpine's calculated overhead cost that we calculated. We do this every year. We have expenditures by location. So we're able to show in Fund 10, Fund 23, Fund 21, but in this case we're just using Fund 10 and Fund 23. So we can show the expenses, the salaries, benefits, materials and supplies at every school location, also at every district location. So what goes into the overhead cost is all of the expenses at a location that does not have students. So it would be an indirect cost or the overhead cost. So for FY23, that total expense not at school locations in Fund 10 was 163, almost 164 million. So that 164 million divided by 84,667 students is $1,935 per student. So when we're looking at the expenditures by location, a school will have varying different ones directly at the school, and then so a small school is going to have a higher direct cost per student than a school with more students. So if we look at a 1,000 student elementary school and a 400 student elementary school, the cost per student for the 400 is going to be a lot higher for the direct cost. But we put the indirect cost back at the same amount on all of those to be able to come up to a total cost per student, direct and indirect. We were looking at this to try and compare other districts. So there's a report that the Utah Taxpayers Association puts out that has the overhead cost per student for all districts in the state. So we were looking at these. Some of these are a little close, some are much more, just depends on the district. But one thing we did notice, I checked with business administrators at all of these ones that have arrows next to it. They have their utilities at a location for the school, where we pay it at what's an 080 location, which is all schools. So it comes into our accounts payable department, and we pay the utilities to Questar or wherever, the power companies, water, sewer, all of that from one location. So that gets incorporated into the overhead cost. So there's about 22 million that's in utilities and summer collaboration grants that we kept at an 080 location, and it's just an accounting decision that's been going on many years in Alpine. It looks like Davis is the only other one that I contacted that does it that way also. So the two biggest school districts in the state do it that way. So if we were to remove that 22 million, it didn't go away, it would have gone into direct school costs, but it would have lowered the overhead cost per student to $1,675 per student. It would still be there, like it was saying, it would just be in the direct school. So when we look at the summaries below or in other slides, it would still show up just in a different category there. So looking at these, the summary in the boxes below, we have some school districts for about 60,000 students, some for about 40,000, some for about 20,000 students. The ones with the red arrows are ones that utilities are at the school level. So when we're looking at those, we compared those numbers to our 1675 number. The only one that's at the district level is Davis at the 1996, so we compared that one to our 1935 per student. So it makes sense with Davis being just slightly lower in student population, that they're slightly higher in the overhead costs from 1935 to 1996. So that difference, or that delta between 1996 and 1935, we calculated. Then we looked at, say for Jordan, that 2071, we didn't take the difference between the 1935 but the 1675. So if we look at that and for a 60,000 student population, if we remove the highest one, which is Granite, so we're trying to say, well, there's going to be decisions that boards make. I don't think that a smaller school district is going to have the same economies of scale that 1935. It's going to be a little bit higher per student. So for the 60,000 student one, if you remove Granite from that and use the deltas from our 1675 or the 1935, then a 60,000 should be about 2164 on average per student, but we use 2035. So we're taking below the average on the cost per student. For the 40,000 one, if we take out the highest there, then the average is about 2,300. We used about 2,200. And for the last one there, if you take out the highest, so remove Salt Lake, the average is 2,600, and we use 2,470. So all three of those, we're using about 95% of the actual average of those. So we're not going all the way to the average, we're going a little bit below that.
And why is Granite in a different color there?
That's one where we aren't counting that one. We mainly just use Davis and Jordan there.
So it's just kind of a ghost.
Just because Granite, yeah, it's just an outlier in that. So the point I'm trying to make there is that the averages, the ones we're using is 95% of the average, so it's a little bit less. So when we're looking at ranges, if we're looking at surplus or deficit for a certain configuration, we feel it's going to be, if we can do it right at the 1935, that would be quite amazing. If it's going to be at the average, it's going to be near what we're calculating, but it could be anywhere in between there, or even it could be even more overhead cost per student. So, but we, instead of having to show thousands of slides, we just said, okay, we're going to take this number, these numbers we have bracketed in boxes, that's what we used in each one. But the spreadsheets will be available online, so, and I can show everyone where you change that number, and it would change. So when we look at the West, for example, instead of showing a $21 million surplus, it shows like an $8.5 million by going from 1935 to 2467. But it could be changed depending on what the assumptions are made for who's doing that. Okay, so this is just showing the differences between MGTs and these revised calculations. So for the bottom box there, option 3, they showed, because they used the October 1st 23 numbers, they showed revenue about $5 million more, but then they also just kept the expense and didn't change that. If they were to use that, it should have been a little bit higher too. So there's the 27 million and the 21 million. Same thing with the East, just the differences there. And we'll get through these on the individual slides too. So for each of these options, we're going to show options 1, 3, and 4. And first, like I was saying, first it's going to show all the operations, then we'll do the capital, then put them both together. So in this case, these are actual numbers for FY23. Alpine School District in Fund 10 and 23 had a surplus of about $13 million for the year. This is important too. So down here where it's showing the $5.7 million, so $5.7 million is the value of one tax increment for FY23. So this is showing if we were to say, well, let's reduce, we don't want to have a surplus each year, which we like having, because that 12 million is only about 2% of the total budget. We like to come in the black just a little bit. But if we were to get rid of that deficit, it would be a savings of about 2.25 increments, or about $62 per household. This comes more into play as we look at the other options. So this is going to show all the calculations. The third to last and fourth to last column shows the direct school and the support departments. So that overhead cost of $19.35 per student is that $163,830,000 right there, and the direct school cost was $590 million. Question?
It's late. My brain's just not processing. But are you showing that if we remain as one district, we are in a deficit?
No, this was the actual surplus in FY23 of about $13 million.
Sorry, the red box was just throwing me.
Right. Sorry, I was just trying to highlight that box. But Okay, so this will be on each one, but this is showing the adjusted taxable value for FY23 is about $49 billion. I was looking back at the FY17, that was about $20 billion in FY17. There's been significant growth, but that significant growth hasn't necessarily brought more revenue besides the growth of things. This shows the outstanding GO bond, general obligation bond debt of $380 million, lease revenue bond of about $159 million. So the total outstanding debt is $538.8 million. As we go through other slides, this part right here where it says the 100% adjusted taxable value, it'll show the different configurations, what percent, and that's what percent of the debt the district, those configurations would receive. Now that's changing over time too. In this current year, in FY23, an east-west in option 3 was about 81% and 19, but in 4 years, 5 years, that may be a 75-25.
That's adjusted every year?
That's just, that calculation is just showing, because each year, like for FY24, it's not going to be 49 billion as the total taxable value. It might be 55 billion, and then it'll say, but the West grew by, 20%, and the East grew by 5%. Then the percent of the total is going to go up in the West.
So gradually, that debt would flip, slowly, but maybe not totally, but it would flip totally.
If there is a district reconfiguration, and when it's decided on assets and liabilities, we wouldn't look back to FY23 and say, well, it was an 81-19. It would be what the time of the most recent data.
What that I believe is showing, Board Member Wilson, is because it's one district, the district has 100% or represents 100% of that taxable value.
Yes.
When you split it, he will show what percent of that taxable value the new configuration has, and that will continue to change as it grows.
I didn't realize that it would continue to change every year, so it's re-evaluated by taxable value.
Okay, and then these next two boxes are just showing the FY23 enrollment and then the projected enrollment out as far as our projection book goes, which is for October 1st of 2028, which is FY29. So the 6-year change projection is only 1% for the full district. And you can see we projected the adjusted taxable values. So there's a doubling of the taxable values there. And what we used for this, we didn't use the most recent change from FY22 to FY23 because it was kind of anomaly from anything else. It was like a 35% taxable value growth, but the 6 years before that were on average about 10 to 12. So we used that compounding. So this is showing that the full district would grow to about $104 billion by 2029, about 111% increase. Now again, that doesn't mean we're doubling the revenue that comes in. There will be, if there was no new growth, we'd receive the same revenue if there was no tax increases through truth in taxation. But we know there will be some new growth in that, but figuring out what percent is growth and which is just inflation of values going up. Okay, we'll have one of these on each of the options, but this is looking back to FY13 and looking to our most recent data of FY24. So just the growth or decline in each city, and in the different options we'll show them grouped together by west, central, east, or just west and east. And we added some columns here. So percent growth, these last 3 columns, so for like Alpine, they had a negative growth of 620 because they were at 2,600 students and now they're at 1982, so they went down 620. So that's a 24% decline in just on their line. The negative 4%, or let's take an example of Eagle Mountain. So Eagle Mountain, that 48%, that's the percent of the total growth. So the total growth over those 11 years was about 14,000 students, and about half of that 13.8 is 6.5. That's why it's 48% of the total growth. But of positive growth, if we just take the ones that are in blue, there was growth in those areas of 19,804, and that's what the last column is the percent of the positive growth. Okay, Now, with each of the options, we're going to look at some of the possible capital considerations. So this is listing if option one is the one district, everything together. So you can see the items there. There's three high school. Let's see, high school, Saratoga, new elementaries, Eagle Mountain, Saratoga, transportation center, rebuilds of high schools, property acquisition. So this is showing a total in today's dollars. If everything was being able to be built and purchased right now, it'd be about $512 million. So the estimated payment for a $520 million bond, whether that be combination of general obligation bond, lease revenue, tax increments, the cost of that. So it's going to be, if it was all bonding, it would be about a $37 million annual payment for 20 years, which is about 6.5 increments. And we know we showed on that first one that the value of an increment is about $5.7 million. So the whole district as a whole would be about $180 per household, with the average household of $500,000, to be able to pay off that debt over 20 years. The items listed at the bottom there are watch items that could be kind of in the 5 to 10 year look ahead of possible considerations for capital needs. Questions on this one?
So I think this kind of answers the question. You know, our 2022 bond was $595. So it looks like any bond that we put forward would be smaller than that.
Yeah, and the thing, some of those items that were on the 2022 have been taken care of with lease revenue bonds, so there's less items, but at the same time, expenses for those things have gone up. So there's things there, but what we're trying to do also is build up that building fund just through capital to be able to save in interest. So if there's some things right now, I mean, that's the possibility of, it's not to the point yet, but after many years there could be something where there's elementaries that are built through pay-as-you-go rather than bonding. So this isn't to say that there needs to be a $512 million bond. It's showing if all the needs were met with one bond, this is what it would cost in taxpayers. So we're not, that's a great point. We're not trying to say this is what would happen in option one, but these are the needs, and we have to quantify those needs somehow. Okay, so now it jumps to option three. Same slide, similar slide that we had in option one, but this is showing, okay, now it lists the cities, the west, the east. So the enrollment, this would be for October 1st of 2022, the FY23. So in that year, there would have been 24,000 students in the west, 60,000 students in the east. You can see the adjusted taxable values, $9 billion and $40 billion. So 81% of the tax base is in the east in FY23. Like we've discussed, that's going to change over time as one grows faster than the other in taxable values. These are the revenues figured from the revised data, the expenses. So this is showing the west having a surplus of about $8.5 million and the east of a deficit of 14.6. Now what this is showing below, that $5.7 million value of an increment, we can see that for the west it's 1 million and for the east about 4.6. Those two add up to 5.7 million. So the surplus of 8.5 million, just to be able to show as we get to the capital pieces the cost there, saying, well, some of this surplus could be used to pay capital needs. That's why it's showing the $222 savings per household because of the deficit. So what this is showing, which we've known and tried to communicate all along, is right now in the district there is this balance of things as WPU income tax money flows to the east to support schools. We can see that in that if we were to look at these things, that there was a $12.9 million surplus for the whole district, but if we look at this next slide, it would show that there's a $21 million surplus in the west if we use the same $19.35 per student, and an $8.5 million deficit in the east. So we can see that in this case, it shows that by cost, it's going to be money is flowing from west to east through WPU to support operations. Now, as we get to the capital piece, we can see because there's an 81 and 19% on the property tax value difference, that property tax to build schools flows from the east to the west. So there is that balance right now of things, but that's dependent on bonds being passed to be able to build schools.
Just to be clear, though, that WPU money can't be used to directly build schools, right?
It can.
Because is it
Can't
restricted?
Capital money can't be used to fund operations, but operational money can be used for building schools.
Okay.
The other piece I forgot to mention here is in all of our analysis here, if there's a deficit, like for this one in the east, that $14.6 million deficit, if it was FY23 and estimating revenues that would come in based on students and taxes and the expenses that are actuals in those locations, to be able to make that up, we're showing that the property taxes would need to increase to make that up. But there's a choice that that district could make. To be able to balance, you either need to raise revenue to match what the expenses are, or lower expenses to match what the revenue, or a combination of somewhere in between. So this is just showing if all expenses were kept the same, we're not going to lower expenses, these are the increases that are needed. If expenses were brought down through larger class sizes, less in teacher pay, closing more schools, then the expenses would go down. So that question you had about Sharon and Valley View, yes, as schools close, there's going to be cost savings, and closing enough schools would be able to bring that down and not have to raise taxes as much. But that's a decision that a school board would have to make, is where are we meeting this in the middle? It probably is a combination of lowering expenses, raising revenue, but at what cost to services? So getting to this, that last one on the east, so to make up that $14.6 million deficit, it would cost 3.14 increments, so it would be about $86, $87 per household to be able to, just for operations, make that up. The red boxes here are just showing for the west, there's that $21 million surplus if the $19.35 per student is used. And then right below that in the yellow box, $24.70 was used in that box that has the star that says support departments. So it changes to $8.5 million surplus. The east, if $19.35 were able to be achieved, then there'd be an $8.5 million deficit instead of the $14.6, using the $20.35 per student instead of the $19.35. Okay, this will match the first slide for option 1. This is that 19% and 81% based on the $9 billion and the $40 billion. We were showing, in this case, I forgot to mention that, but the capital rate of you see the .001018, that's our current tax levy. So it brings in about $50 billion, or about $47 million for capital for Alpine altogether. With that same tax rate, that's what it would bring in for capital needs in those two configurations. And then this splits the portion of the debt, so that total of $538 million in outstanding debt would be split $100 million to the west, $438 to the east. This shows the enrollment projections. So the west is projected to grow by 14% from FY23 to 29, and the east to go down 5%. And then the total together for the adjusted taxable values, remember it went from 49 billion to 101 billion or so, and but that 111% was 94% in the east and 183% increase in the west. So the west, so I would say there's going to be still some growth in the east, but that maybe it's like 80% of that 94% is just in inflation, and there's a little bit of growth. And you can see that the west, there's going to be new revenue coming in because of growth on top of what the certified tax rate would bring in.
Inflationary growth does not increase revenue.
Correct.
only new growth increases revenue unless the board went through truth in taxation to bring that percentage up higher to capture the inflationary growth.
Correct. And when a school board does that with the capital rate, it brings in all new. But for the board or voted, sometimes it doesn't, because you're increasing just to get to the guarantee, the 5-year hold harmless, that you may have to do that doesn't bring any new revenue because the state is providing the 5-year hold harmless. That got a little more deep, but yeah. Okay, so this is west and east, just looking back the 11 years. So the west growing 12,000 students, and the east about 1,600. And that's 1,600 mainly in Lehigh and Vineyard on those two.
Question.
Yeah.
So now we're jumping to FY24 numbers. I thought we were only using FY23.
For all the calculations for financials, we use FY23. This is just showing what's happened in growth. Just to be able to, and the one we had before here on this is showing FY23 to FY29. What's the projected growth looking there, and then what's looking back, how much it has changed. Okay, this we talked about this on the first slide. This is the 543 students who currently live in neighborhood boundary schools in Lehigh, but live in the boundaries of Saratoga Springs City. Okay, and this is the capital needs, similar to the one with the full district together. The difference here, on the original we said new elementary for PAL or Wander, but if those, how many were there? There was 397 Dry Creek students that live in Saratoga Springs that are boundary to Dry Creek. If those were back at a Springside, we're saying, well, the PAL property would probably not need to be built on. Dry Creek would be at a good size, losing 400 students. But there would need to be a new school built at the site we have in Wander to be able to help Springside. So this shows that if all of those, and we'll show this later, that the high school there's discussion of doing that as lease revenue bond in increments this year. In that case, that $155 million wouldn't be there, and we'll show those figures. But this is showing that if there was a $277 million bond for the West and a $235 million bond for the East to cover these $512 million total, these are the figures. So there'd be a estimated annual payment for the West of about $20 million per year, which is almost 19 increments, or $522 per household. For the East, 3.66 increments, about $101 per household. Okay, so now we're to option 4. This is the 3-district split, so West, Central, East. So this puts the enrollment at 24,000, 34,000, and 25,000. This shows the same for the West as was in option 3, the $8.5 million surplus, if we use the $24.70 for the overhead cost. If it's the $19.35, then that's about a $21 million surplus. The Central, the deficit is $15 million, and for the East, $16 million. Now if we go back to this, the total for the whole East before was about $15 million, and this is showing that each of those would have about $15 million. The difference there is the economies of scale, where the one East district together had an overhead cost of $20.35, where these ones are using an overhead of $2,200 for the Central and $24.70 for the East. So this is showing that to make up that deficit for the Central, it'd be $165 per household, instead of the other one was about $90, I believe. And then this shows $215 for the East to make up that deficit.
So, on one of the slides earlier, we had 179 per household with option 1. Now, so what? I think that was before we did capital. Is that right?
No, that was with capital.
That was with capital.
Yeah, that's and we're going to put them together. The operations option 1 before capital is this right here, where it's a surplus of $62.71 per household. So we're going to add that $62.71 that would come back to the 179 to show those two together. That's
coming up.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want to scoop you there.
No, no problem. Okay, so this is showing the cost, and each of these, this is showing, yeah, to make up that difference. When we get to the percent increases, we'll talk a little bit more about how that'll change. Each year it changes a little bit. So this is showing for each of the three configurations, it's showing what the surplus or deficit would be if we're using 1935 per student, and then with the those figures we've used, the 2470, the 2200, or the 2470, to get those calculations. This slide here, like the other two like it, is showing, okay, the West is still at 19%, that 81% for the East is now split 45 for the Central, 36 to the East. You can see what capital amounts they'd get in and how the debt would be split up with those percentages. This also shows the 6-year growth, so the West is still growing by 14% projected, the Central would go down 2%, and the East 9%. So that 25,000 student population for the East would be 23,000 in October 1st of 28. And then the adjusted taxable values, the West still growing from 9 billion to 26 billion, the Central from 22 to 46, so about doubling, and then the East from 17 to 31, so going up 75%. Similar slide here, but just shown with West, Central, and East. This is looking back 11 years to see what growth has happened, what decline has happened in those cities. And this isn't by, all of these aren't where the school resides, this is actually where the students live. So that's why you will see in Linden and Vineyard, you'll be able to see high school students, so 10, 12. But it's interesting, you look at Vineyard in October 1st of 2012, they had 6 high school students, now they have 402. Okay, this is similar to the other one. It still has the 543 that would need to move out of Lehigh boundaried schools. Also includes the 507 that live in Pleasant Grove, but are boundary to those schools not in Pleasant Grove City. These are the capital needs that match the other ones. So this is showing the West still that $277 million bond. The Central, now these two together, it'd be 110 and 125, showing those estimated annual costs per household. Okay, so now these slides, these are just shown again. We've seen these. There's the 180 that Mark was talking about. This is the $512 million bond, and this is per household. This is the option 3, and then option 4. Now we have some new slides here. So this is showing, does anybody need a break?
Sorry, I just wondered if you could stop on that one that compares to 179 for just a moment.
This one to this one? Yep.
Yeah, so you're saying that the cost for the East would be 101 instead of 179?
Correct.
Because we don't have those big projects.
No, there's no surplus. This is just because it's 81% of the tax base, but only $235 million bond instead of $512 million bond.
Okay. Anyway, it just feels, because the West had a surplus, right? It's just interesting that their annual cost went up so
This
much
isn't
higher.
combining the operations and capital yet. This is just the capital.
Okay. I'm waiting.
Yeah, we'll show that. Okay, so this one, this for option 3 is assuming the new high school is funded in this year through a lease revenue bond of $86 million and tax increments for the rest. So $45 million savings in interest from not doing it all through bonding. So had we bonded for this back in January or last December, and it had to be $155 million, then there would have been more interest than doing a $86 million lease revenue bond with tax increments. So this is showing that the combination of the 86 and tax increments is about 120 million. So the West would take 19% of that, When it's actually divided, that 8119 will be different, like we've talked about. It may be 22 and 78 or 25 75. So these things are dynamic; they're changing. But this shows that 144 million, 144.8 for the bond. So that changes from that 500 and something down to 273 for the west. But it changes the east from the 100 to 142.93. And then for option 4, similar things here. That top one is the same. This is if the central had the 45% of the high school build, and then 36% for the east, and that's showing those numbers there. So I think these next 6 slides after this one help bring everything together, hopefully. Fingers are crossed. It's going to combine them both. So what this is showing, and it's going to show, this is just for the west, and it's going to show option 1, 3, and 4 and the different things. So let's walk through this a little bit. This is showing that for a $512 million bond, a district altogether, it would be $37 million annual payment. There's the $180 for the estimated annual cost per household. But there's a $13 million surplus with the district altogether in FY23, which should receive a little bit of a credit of 2.27 increments, or $62 per household. So the 179 plus the 6271 is 116.68 per household, which is 4 increments. The current tax rate is 5518, so it need to go up by 4.22 increments to 5940. So that tax increase to be able to do a $512 million bond is a 7.65% tax increase if the district were configured all together. This includes the high school, yes, as fully bonded, not as any tax increments. So but we'll show it the other way too, Mark, on this one. So option 3 here, 2 district. For the west, there's that 522 increase, but a $222 savings because of the surplus. So that 522 plus the negative 222 is $300 per household, or a 19%, 19.7% increase of what we're currently at. And then for option 4, it's the same for the west, so this is the same thing. One thing some people have been questioning, well, as debt service or as the tax rate goes down, then that rate's not going to be as high. And that is correct. The difference here, where we see the 5518, the certified tax rate and debt service may take that down a couple increments, but the total increments to make up this difference, that 10.87, is going to stay the same. So the property tax increase will be similar. It'll actually be, as a percentage, a little higher if that 5518 was 5218, and then you're having to raise 10.87, it might be 19.9%, but it's going to be in that ballpark of the increase if all of these things came through. So then we go to the central. So the top one on this for option 1 on all 5, 6 of these slides is going to be the same. This one district. So there's the 7.65% tax increase, $116. For option 3, for the central, which would be the whole east together, there would be $188 per household increase, so a 12.32% tax increase. If option 4 were to go through for the central, they would jump from 188 to 250 per household, or a 16.43% increase, which includes all the capital needs and making up all the deficit in operations. So this is capital and operations together. That would be the required tax increase. So then when we go to the east, that top one is the same as it's been, and the middle of the top 2, option 1 and 2 are option 1 and 3 are the same, because for the east, they're all together in option 1. They're with the central in option 3, and then for option 4, it shows they would jump to a $336 cost per household, or a 22% tax increase for option 4. Yeah. And the important note on this is like that 19.7 on this, that's not above the 7.65. That's just including the 7.65% increase. So the difference there is about 12% above that. So same thing here on the east. It's not 22% after you already do the 7.65. It would be instead of that increase.
We'll also put it in that folder on
It'll
our
also
website
post
for
online.
public access.
Right. Okay, there's 3 more slides. Well, there's about 5 more slides, but these next 3 are what we showed back here with the new high school. So saying that the high school is funded before any type of district split. So when we're looking here at the west, because that instead of being 155 million, it went to 120 million because we have savings of the doing increments instead of bonding. That isn't a 7%, it's a 6.84 instead of the 7.65. So if the lease revenue bond is done this fall with tax increments, everything goes through like that, and option 1 is the result of what happens in the fall, then the total annual cost per household would go up $100 or about a 7% tax increase. Option 3, this is all for the west now, so for option 3, it would go down from $104 to $51 per household, or a 3.35% instead of a 6.84, having that high school funded before a district split. And then option 4 is the same, because the west is the same in both configurations there.
What does it do to the enrollment at Westlake if we wait till after a split to build that high school?
We looked at that. The earliest bonding for that was, I guess, would be November of 27, starting in 28 construction instead of starting in 24. I think it's.
So it would open in like 2031, because if we start in 2028,
So it's a 3-year
29,
delay.
30, 31. So it would open in August of 31, which Westlake would be at 4,000 students.
It's a 3-year, right? Am I right on that?
3-year build.
But a 3-year delay.
Depending on when the voting took place to form the new district, but the soonest they could do it would be November of 27, start construction in the spring of 28, and open in 2031.
And that would be best case scenario if all the boards lined up on that 2027 date, correct?
In a reconfiguration, yes.
It's
And when we modeled that, there would need to be an adjustment. Westlake obviously couldn't handle 4,000 students, so there would need to be a boundary adjustment in the west to address that. Cedar, I think I'd have to pull up the calculation, but I think there would be around 6,000 and some odd students between the 2 high schools. So, and we're looking at the 2030 population because it opened in 2031. In 2030, I think there's around 6,600 students combined between Cedar Valley High School and Westlake. So they'd be about 3,300 each. Correct.
The 9th graders will go out in a year from August because of the new middle school. Yeah, so getting my years right, construction could start because we've already authorized the architecture and the land, but the architecture takes about a year. So the earliest construction was going to start, or could start, is in spring of 25, opening in August of 28. And this would be a 3-year, yeah. Okay. All right, so that's the west. The central, this is showing that. So it's the 6.84, the 15, and then the 19% increase. And then for the east, the 6.84, the 15, and about a 25% tax increase, $377 per household, with making up the deficit of 16 million and the 168 million in bonding. Yeah. You got all this? So here's the east. In all of these, what we're in our department, we aren't trying to scare people in this, but to try and show the best data that we can, so people know. I think most people understand that in any district reconfiguration, that property taxes will need to go up or services go down. It's just depending on what amount through the calculations. I don't think there's many that think in a new configuration we can lower taxes, pay people more, and have all this savings coming in. It's going to cost to be able to do it, and at what cost. It's trying to show as accurate a data we can. Is it going to be exactly this? No, because there's going to be things that are different. We're just trying to give the best projection possible for those.
So, Jason, is it fairest to say the cheapest option to build that high school was to have bonded in 2022?
Well, the cheapest is to do it all through tax increments, but that would be a huge. You'd have to wait. I mean, if we would have done enough tax increments in 2022, but everybody's taxes would have gone up 25% at that time and been able to have it, because there's no interest payments there. So the cheapest way is to do it through capital funding, but it all comes in that way. I think some school districts are trying to get that as debt service comes off, raising that capital, so it's pay as you go. It's just hard to do for large projects. This next slide has been, it's just filling that page, but what was requested here. So this is showing October 1 of 2012 and 22. So this is FY23 and FY13 and FY23 data to be able to show. The main things I want to show here is the first column that's in like a different color. So this is the percent of total student growth. So for the West, 85% of the total student growth was out West, 24% Central, and a negative 9.2 in the East. Then the next thing is the taxable value. So the West right now, like we said, has about 19% of the tax base. The Central has 45% and the East 36%. And then this is the capital projects that were completed both through bonds and major capital projects, re-roofing, other things. So this is showing that for the West, they received about 33% of the total capital projects in that time frame, having 85% of the growth and 18% of the taxable value. Central yeah.
Just because I'm having a hard time following through this, is this number of students that's the October 2023, or is this October 2022?
So it's October 1st of 2012, and then 2 columns later, October 1st of 22.
So we've since then seen an incline to into Vineyard that's not showing up on this?
Correct, but on this one we're looking at the capital projects from FY16 through FY23, and then also some that are in FY24 going forward. So for the Central, it's showing that they received about 44% of the total capital, most of that in Lehigh with a rebuild of Lehigh High, Skyridge being built, and Viewpoint. So there's a lot spent in Lehigh in those from FY16 to FY23, having 24% of the growth and 45% of the tax base for the Central. The East receiving about 24%. Orem, that includes Orem High rebuild, includes building Centennial, Cascade, I believe also, mainly those. I think Westmore was before that time, and Cherry Hill. So those are the capital projects having a 9.2% decline, but 36% of the taxable value. Okay, this is showing, I don't have to spend a lot of time on here, but this is showing the West Central and East on what facilities have been built since 2004. So you can see the list of high schools, middle schools, elementaries on the left. Vacant property, the ones checked are ones that we own. The other two, the Pole Canyon and the high school site, are ones that we have agreements with but haven't fully executed yet. For the Central, these are the middle school, elementary, high schools that have been built in the Central since 2004 with vacant property listed there. And for the East, elementary, high school builds and property that is vacant in the East. This one is one of the last slides, but this is an interesting data point. This is showing, we were showing 49 billion for the taxable value, and that is correct. That's the adjusted taxable value. Why it's adjusted is the total taxable value is showing about 53.5 billion, but there's about 3.2 billion dollars tied up in RDA increment tax values. And so this is showing that overall for the district, about 6% of the district is in RDAs. Some of those great, some of them not so much. But by city, you can see some that stand out. Eagle Mountain at 17% of their total value is in RDAs, and Vineyard at 49.1% in RDAs. That's it. Any other questions? Once you have this, we can print one out, bind it for you if you'd like. But if you have questions, happy to help with it.
Thank you, Jason.
Do you supply Tylenol with your?
I have a Dr. Pepper from Joy Lynn in my fridge downstairs.
I might need that back. Be an Indian giver to.
Okay, I'd like to move that we send option 3 to the county for consideration.
I'll second that.
Okay, we are on action item number 9, determination of configuration to send to Utah County for certification. So Mark made the motion and Sarah seconded it, that we send option 3 to the county for certification. So let's take comment, starting with you, Mark, as you made the motion.
Yeah, so I really appreciate all of the work that's been done. I think we got a lot of good ideas from MGT on how to present data, and they've had slightly different assumptions, but it seems like we've been able to understand those assumptions, and I think I really appreciate Jason's work to try to include as much as possible in these in terms of making an estimate of cost and tax impact. I think the piece we haven't been able to account for are other things, like how would student achievement be affected? You know what I mean? It probably would. We'd have a different way of doing professional development for teachers. I think we would affect DLI programs and SPED programs just because they would be smaller districts, but those are really hard to quantify. So it seems to me that in this study we've really quantified almost everything that we can. I feel like going with a 3-district reconfiguration is too onerous for taxpayers, and I'm also concerned about those other elements. First of all, the reduction in programs and the possible reduction in student achievement. So that's kind of my reason for going with option 3.
The one comment that I was going to make is, as I have been thinking today about this evening and what my vote would be, I was thinking about, I know that there has been talk of, our cities and mayors, our city councilmen are, leaning towards another way and what that would look like to the public. And I'm really confident that our cities and our mayors, I should say our city councilmen, our mayors, the Board of Education here in Alpine, we have sat with so many of these elected officials, and I feel really confident that we're able to work together even though we may be looking at something different. And I feel confident that the public can be confident that everything will be looked at in terms of two separate plans. And I'm anxious, and I really hope, the one thing that Alpine has done is we've done our study, right? We know where people are sitting when it comes to their opinions about splitting. And, you know, you go back through that MGT study and you find that, you know, you have the findings from the study say that the patrons prefer a two-way split instead of a three-way split. And I hope that, you know, we've had the opportunity to be able to digest a little bit of this data and to really listen to what the public wants. I hope that our cities and our mayors will consider some type of independent research firm like Dan Jones to be able to poll their public and see where they sit. That is a crucial piece to this, is to see where our public is sitting and how they are feeling moving forward. And so as I cast my vote tonight, I feel confident that I'm not working against cities, I'm working with cities. And we are working in two different ways to be able to present the public with a digestible option. Again, and I will reiterate, I feel extremely uncomfortable with an option that puts so much burden on one particular area. An increase of 24.75, a tax increase on an area, is what I would call disadvantaging an area, and I don't feel comfortable as a board member doing that. The other message I want to make sure that our public understands is that sitting on a school board is obviously different than sitting on a city council, where your only concern is your own city. We are elected by people in our areas, but we are elected to represent all children in Alpine School District despite locality. And I feel like we are rising to our task and making sure that we are not disadvantaging one area over another. And as we move forward, I just hope that these cities, one of the first things they will do is to make sure that they're polling their public to make sure that they are representing their public in a way that reflects the needs and the wants of their own citizenry. I think that is crucial.
Other comments?
Okay. I'd like to comment, first of all, to say I appreciate the trust that has been expressed in the Board of Education by in the 11,000 respondents we had in our survey, especially in the comments, that they clearly indicated that they want this question to be handled by the board and not by other political entities. So I appreciate that, and I believe that those people that took the survey are the most connected and informed about our schools, so I believe that their opinions are credible. But that being said, I think the district can't move forward on any path until we look at this question and we put something on the ballot. And I think that it's time that we let our stakeholders vote, and I believe that we owe them to the public to let all of them vote and have that opportunity as we put our best recommendation forward. I am, by default, the two interlocals that have been formed do form a three-way split. And that is something I really can't support, because a three-way split takes resources from the classroom to create three district structures, and overhead costs will increase. And as Jason said, services will be diminished or some combination thereof. And 81% of the survey respondents preferred a two-way split. I think that those of us that serve on the Finance Committee, we know that Alpine is operating on a healthy but a very tight budget. And we have various pressures coming against us, including hikes in insurance rates, the inflation, we're experiencing a sudden drop in Title I funds. We have capital needs and growth needs, And to me, this is not a time to divide our resources, but a time to pool them. Pooling resources creates financial strength and greater bargaining power, and we need this unified strength to address our collective capital and demographic needs. I think the pressures of a three-way split will significantly weaken the student supports that we have worked so hard to build up. The scaling in counselors, nurses, psychologists, behavioral specialists, school police presence, and at a time that we're also talking about a mental health crisis among our youth. And speaking of students, I think the three-way split is also the most disruptive to our families and our kids, because city boundaries are often not what defines our social circles or our school attendance. This three-way split is also disruptive to our employees. With 3 relatively small districts, none of them will be in a place to sustain the generous salary and benefits and long-term compensation that Alpine professionals now receive. And even more than the compensation aspect, smaller districts would find it very difficult to replicate the strong supports that Alpine currently provides our teachers. Mentors, coaches of various kinds for helping with technology, using data, teaching specific subjects, identifying best practices, working with strategies for specific types of learners, allowing time for collaboration. This is something that our teachers value a great deal. Our teachers enjoy being held to a high standard in Alpine School District, and they deliver on those expectations. You know, personally, I want to clearly state that my first choice is option 1. Our children are better served when Alpine stays together, and I believe that the failure of the 2022 bond is being used as a wedge to drive this split question. But the bond only failed by 2%, a heartbreaking result of uncertainty about Orm's Prop 2 and about the public's reaction to a very large bond in a time of high inflation. So that would be my advocacy, and the only thing that I think would change that is if Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs, Cedar Fort, and Fairfield conducted some kind of a public assessment, and if that assessment result indicated that the majority were in favor of becoming their own independent school district, and that even in the face of tax implications and some lean years that they were ready to do this, then I would certainly support them. But I would need to know that information before I would change my advocacy. So I am in favor of keeping Alpine School District together and putting option 3 on the ballot.
Other comments?
Okay, I have so many things to say. My head's kind of swimming. I don't have prepared remarks. I appreciate the work that has been done. I have significant concerns about some of the assumptions being made. For example, when we're talking about some of the overhead dynamics, some of the districts that we're doing comparables for the 20,000 students are in decline. And have been in decline for years, and I would argue that's part of the reason that their overhead costs are significantly different from ours. If you look at some of the smaller dynamics like Tooele, that's closer, it's a $35 difference per student, and not multiple hundreds of dollars in difference. I think there are ways for us to do this in a way that is smart and intentional, that puts students first and puts more resources into the classroom, into teachers, and less resources into infrastructure. I have significant concerns. We have had 10 of our 14 municipalities make unanimous votes, including mayors showing support for interlocals going forward. I have significant concerns about if we explore this option, what the end result is. If we're going to end up in a legal challenge with 10 of our municipalities, then as much as we're talking about not creating dynamics that are complicated and hard, I think that's exactly what this will do if the district is embroiled in essentially a legal challenge, and we end up spending money that's really designated for students and literacy and academic achievements, having attorneys fight over something that we know will be corrected in code in the next legislative session. I've also heard dynamics where people have made statements previously about there are some individuals in the cities who are making this because it's about a power and control issue. I have to unequivocally state that that is false. If a district split does occur through interlocals, that's where the cities, they put it on the ballot and they step away. It is up to future school boards to make these decisions about what happens moving forward. It's not up to city councils. So the city councils and the mayors will have no impact outside of putting something forward on the ballot for what goes forward with districts. I'm also significantly concerned about the dynamics of statements being made that, like, programs are going to suffer, that future districts can't provide strong compensation moving forward. Those are decisions left to future school boards, and we can't make decisions because we are not serving on those elected school boards. They will be the ones who will be tasked to making those decisions in case a split does go forward. And I guess just back to the dynamic as we're talking about, you know, what the real calculations are, at least for my area and the $21 million, if you take the lower admin costs, we're talking about less than $1 million difference. We're not talking about 21 going to 8 million, we're talking about 21 going to 20 million. There's no question that the West is going to have ongoing growth issues. I have significant concerns about whether those needs will be met ongoing. When we look at some of the data, FY13, Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs, Cedar Fort, and Fairfield, they were roughly 18% of the population. And when we look at FY24, they're now at 29%. That's going to be a continuation. You know, Jason mentioned they have like 85% of the growth in a 10-year period. They're going to continue to have that. Growth is going to continue to be an issue. And it's one that I think is a challenge moving forward. And I appreciate, Jason, the changes made to the slide that show the information about the student population and the percentage of increase, as well as the increase with capital projects and where they went and RDAs. And I think it's kind of fascinating if you look at the RDAs and how I would argue some of those areas are emerging, some of those have benefited from RDAs and are coming off. If you look at the percentage of property taxes, the percentage of RDAs, the percentage of capital projects, as well as the percentage of student growth, it tells a very specific story. As we look at these things moving forward, I think we also have to take into account that there are different areas in the district that have different needs. And I don't think bringing the problems closer to the people is a negative thing to do. Because I do feel that if you bring the problems closer to the people, there's going to be a higher investment in resolving those. Because of all of those concerns, I am not supportive of us doing something that is potentially a competing initiative with what our interlocals are doing. I feel like we have a really good rapport with our cities. We've had a high level of collaboration, and I want that to continue. And I have serious concerns about the end result of us ending up in a legal challenge with 10 of those 14 municipalities. So I'm not supportive of us pursuing option 3 at this time.
So I know you'll be surprised to know that I also am not supportive of option 3. I'm going to try and touch on things Julie didn't, but there might be some duplicates here. So the first thing that I think is to be noted for all those municipalities to come together and to vote unanimously really speaks to the collaborative nature of our cities. And I know my city and others, they've been paying very close attention. And everything that we share, everything is public. They're looking at those same documents. They're watching all of our votes. And I'm just going to go ahead and say, is this board's inability to recognize that representation is an issue and to not act on all of the things that we could that triggered the cities moving so quickly. So representation is real, and when your area does not feel like they are represented by the decisions the board are making, it's really hard for people to kind of get through that. So we had an opportunity to close 5 schools, and we closed 2. We had another opportunity to kind of streamline some programs and things, and those things weren't happening. And I think that our work session on 2 Wednesdays ago was kind of the final straw for people to hear other board members say that they would not in any way consider option 4 sent a very clear message to our cities that all board members were not in fact looking out for all areas. Had we been more willing to support projects or support each other, we might have seen a different thing, but we did not. I think it is absolutely inappropriate to continue with the fear-mongering. And on behalf of all the mentors, coaches, teachers, and other districts, Alpine does not have a monopoly on the extraordinary things that are happening in Utah. I think we can see those in all of our districts across the state. People do things really well. Just on the number piece for a minute, there are only 7 districts right now between 32 and 70,000 students, and then another 12 between 5,000 and 20,000. 21 are below 5,000. So in our option 4 enrollment, that puts us at 24, 34, and 25,000 students. So there, not by any stretch of the imagination are these going to be small districts. I also think our public spoke very clearly with the bond that they were not willing to support a $595 million bond. They would be willing to support something smaller in their area. Do I think that 200,000 bonds is really close to 595? I do. But when the public says they're not willing to support something, then I listen. And when the public says I would support something closer at home, I hear that as well. Also kind of disappointed in what I'm hearing discarding our taxpayers who vote that aren't employees or they aren't parents. We have a very large group of taxpayers that were not involved in the survey that went out, and they're the ones who vote on our bonds. So by saying that they can't sort through the information or make their own decisions, I think is a disservice to the people who have built our communities and sustained us for so long. I think that if we're being really honest, we look at the different needs across the district, and if one area wants to support smaller neighborhood schools, I want them to have that opportunity. Another area needs to support their high growth, they need to have that as well. Also a little disappointed in what I've heard in terms of if Saratoga and Eagle Mountain want to go, they should go, but Lehigh does not also have that same option. I think it was fascinating, some of the conversations between city council members and kind of coming to where those interlocal agreements should land, and recognizing that there are a lot of PG students that are connected in Orem and other places, Linden, and not desirous to separate that. So I feel like our city council members did a really good job of looking at what makes sense not only in the immediate future, but also in the long term as we deal with different growth and decline. And I also want to say publicly, we were somewhere recently, and I said, I wish everybody could understand that everyone wants Lehigh because of the money we bring. And someone made the comment that that was understood, but I don't think it is. And so when you are trying to keep another city in an option, even though it is not an advantage for their students, that's not fair to them. So I am supportive, or I'm going to vote against this because I think option 4 is the better option for everybody long term, and our cities are going to find a way to help that happen.
I want to go back to the MGT study for just a sec. When they presented the data, all options are feasible. Everything they presented would work. So if somebody votes slightly different than somebody else today or has a different opinion, they're not out to hurt students, and they're not out to decry Alpine School District. They have a difference of opinions, and that's okay, and that's healthy. Out of collaborative discussions and conversations can come better results than two people that think identical and only look at it that way. I'm in a very unique spot because I represent 2 cities that straddle different. And as I've spent time with those cities, and as I've thought about going forward, again, everything is feasible. So it's always come down to putting communities where communities want to go. So I am supportive of option 4, not option 3, based on the work of the municipalities. Is that work perfect? No. But was it possibly collaborative? I would hope so. Can it continue to be collaborative? That is my goal. I want us to move forward with kindness and working together. I worry if we have one option forward as a board and our municipalities have another, that we're sending the message to our communities that we don't have to collaborate and we don't have to work together, that we can be divisive and unkind. Um, and I'm not willing to tear communities apart to do that. Maybe if timing was different, I may think different, I don't know. But where I stand today, I want to collaborate with those that agree with me over here and those that don't agree with me. I really want to walk through this weighty decision of feasibility because it's all feasible and all of the options are trying to look out for 84,000 students that have a name. And today I believe that with a 3 district configuration, we can simultaneously work on 3 separate issues that have become stumbling blocks. Um, and so today I will vote no because I would prefer to mirror what our municipalities have done and not divide communities, but to move forward in collaboration to come up with ways to solve some of the issues in the reports that we have not yet explored and come up with. And that includes asking the legislators for better funding for education, especially to build buildings in high growth areas. There has to be a better way to do that, especially since they heard a report earlier this week that property taxes weren't really feasible and maybe those should be done away with. We really need to work together as legislators, municipalities, and school boards to better fund and to find ways to simultaneously meet the needs of the 84,000 students in this district that have names. I don't remember them all. I barely remember my 6 children's names, but they have names and they are important. And so today I will vote against this motion because I do not believe it brings us together.
Okay. There are a lot of issues here, aren't there? This is not a simple decision, and the decision we make tonight is only to certify a way going forward. It does not eliminate other discussions that can be had with our communities, with our leaders, with our neighbors, our friends, our family. It does not mean a community has to be divided. A community is only divided as much as they allow it. And communities can be very cohesive and still have differences on how they do things. They have differences on how many streetlights. They have differences on things like parks and sewer and streets and all sorts of things. But in the end, they try to come together for what is best for their community. The fact that they don't always agree on every issue does not necessarily mean they can't work together, and it doesn't mean they're necessarily divided. There are some basic issues here that seem to be propelling this discussion. One of those issues is the bond, which failed. And it failed by about 638 votes, something like that, a very small number of votes overall. And I think that many of our public did not understand the dynamics of a bond. Our 2016 bond, we completed 22 projects in 4 years, and we got a AAA bond rating. A bond is the fastest, cheapest way to build schools, bar none. There's no question about that. A general obligation bond is the fastest, cheapest way, but our public didn't know that. And and going forward, for us to meet the needs wherever we are, we may have to bond again, but we may not have that advantage of having a AAA bond rating, and we may not have the advantage of having so many people to help each other. And so going forward, it's hard to say that we can complete 22 projects in 4 years like we have in the past. In the past 20 years, we have built over 41 schools, and we've built most of those with bond money, and we've built them quickly and efficiently, and they are good schools, and they're solid, and our kids are using them, and they're benefiting from them. And so the pace at which we can build schools depends a lot on the will of the community. So if we look at a 3-way split, for example, there are clearly some communities that would be disadvantaged, and that would be the Orem area with a 25, almost a 25% tax increase just for capital and maintenance and operation needs. Then add on top of that, in any of these configurations, hiring a superintendent, a business officer, setting up a whole new district, and all the costs associated with starting a new district, that is in addition. So you can't say that it's only 25%. I talked to a neighbor who just burst out in tears. She said, I can't afford a 25% tax increase. I don't have the money. And that is true of people in every community. We have people who are living on the edge, people who are immigrants, people who are living on a single salary, people who are retired. And every configuration other than staying together will involve a tax increase for our taxpayers. So we have to ask ourselves, what are we buying with that money? Are we buying the same thing we have now? Are we trying to buy something better or different? Are we paying the same thing? Are we paying more for the services we have now? We need to really look at this, because this decision impacts people 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now. It's not just us. We're gone by then. Some of us are going to be really gone by then. And so we have to look to the future and look at what the long-term effects could be on people all over the district. The other thing is the issue of representation. And there's one thing I don't think most people are aware of, and that is, in a reconfiguration, the school district and the new board do not decide where the seats are going to be. That is a county decision. And that decision is reevaluated after every census, every 10 years. They look at the shift in population, they look at the voters, and they realign the seats. That happened to us after the last census, and it created some really, really difficult boundaries and some really difficult representation issues. But we don't control that. The county controls that. So we can't say to any community, you only had one representative, now you're going to have 2 or 3. We can't say that, because we don't know what the county is going to do. And so as we go forward, there's a lot of gray areas, or there's a lot of things that are novel and new, and there is interpretation that needs to be done to various statutes, or, like Julie suggested, maybe amendments to statutes. We are trying to do things that have never been done before, and we may not necessarily have the experience or the wisdom to know the best way to do that. I know I certainly don't. And so some of the things that are of great concern may be out of our control down the road. We may not really be able to predict and to control things the way that we would like to. So issues like taxes and bonds and representation are huge issues, but some of those things will have to be done together, and they'll have to be done in a spirit of collaboration with everybody in this area. So these are difficult issues, and there are no simple answers, and there are no simple viewpoints. Every viewpoint has got merit. Absolutely, every viewpoint has got merit. And every situation will have to be decided over and over and over again by every person who contemplates this. So with that in mind, this is a very difficult vote, but let's go ahead.
Can I make one comment first?
Yes.
So while we wouldn't know exactly where the seats would align, redistricting would happen with the creation of a new district. So if you have 7 board seats among 5 cities versus 7 board seats among 9 cities, you would get more representation.
Yes, but you don't determine how that happens or where it happens. I mean, clearly, yes.
So it goes by registered voters, so we can look and have a rough idea of which municipalities would have 1 or 2 or 3. We would not know where the exact lines go, but you could have a rough idea of where that representation would come from.
Well, I would hope we would do that. We certainly did that after the last census. We as a board suggested some possible divisions, and we sent that to the county. So yes, we would absolutely want to have a hand in that. What I'm just saying.
You said we would not.
What I'm saying is we cannot guarantee to any community how many seats or where they will be. We can make suggestions, we can make assumptions, but until that final number comes in from the county, we cannot guarantee it. We can suggest it, we can hope for it, we can apply it, but we cannot guarantee it. Are we ready for a vote?
Has everyone been able to come?
It's been moved by Mark and seconded by Sarah.
I think I'll just.
Have another comment?
No.
No.
I just wanted to say that I do really value all of our voters, both those that don't have children in school, those that are not employees of the school district. And that's why I would like all of them to have a chance to vote. I'm also concerned.
Point of order, are we all going to get a second turn to speak, or?
Oh, I don't, if we have to go that way, I'll just stop.
No, I just am curious, because if we are, then I'll prepare some more notes.
We will absolutely do a roll call vote. Jerlyn, is there something else you needed to say though?
No, if we were gonna get a second chance to say something, I would prepare it, so I was just trying to prep my brain. I'm sorry, I apologize.
I would like to be able to give everyone the chance they need to talk. So if you have something you'd like to say, go ahead. Okay.
I'll defer.
All right. Okay, let's do this with a roll call vote. It has been moved by Mark and seconded by Sarah that we advance option 3 for certification with the county. Ada?
Board Member Wilson, aye.
Board Member Lincoln, no.
Board Member Clement, aye.
Board Member King, nay.
Board Member Hacken, aye.
Board Member Beeson, aye.
Board Member Bateman, nay.
It appears that it passes. Is there any further business? We have opportunity for board member reports. Do we have any reports?
Yes, so we have a discussion, possible
I'm sorry.
action item. We would like, there is increased development around the Harvest Elementary School, and we would like the board to discuss a possibility, and if the board feels comfortable, move to action the formal study of a boundary adjustment between Harvest Elementary and Black Ridge Elementary. Just also would call to your attention the request by staff that now that the board has put a configuration, voted on a configuration to head to the county, we need to, if the will of the board, to amend the agenda to approve an additional board meeting to be held, and we can cover that after we cover this. So it's a boundary recommendation here for the board to give approval for formal study of a boundary change between these two elementary schools. So Eric Woodhouse, be the Director of Operations, Executive Director of Operations, July 1. Appreciating him being here and preparing this information.
Thank you, Superintendent. So one of the things that I've appreciated about being here and that I respect that each of you have gone through is the wrestle. And it's been a difficult wrestle as I've seen this whole from the process in the beginning all the way to where we are now. And I know that those are difficult decisions that you're making, and a lot of those decisions are related to capital. And where I sit on the Capital Planning Committee, it's important for me to see that wrestle that you engage in, because each of these decisions that we make truly are weighty. We want to make sure that we are making these decisions by following a thorough process, and that we can have good confidence in the decisions that we make when it comes to, do we build a new school, do we consolidate, or do we look at boundary adjustments? And so when schools are operating at an optimal capacity, then we're good. But when all of a sudden those schools start to reach capacity, then we have to start projecting. We have to make decisions that we're forecasting ahead of time so that we don't get to the point where all of a sudden we're bursting at the seams and we don't know what we're going to do. So even though the board has wrestled with this decision, we still need to make and look at situations in our district where we need to take action so that we're not waiting too late before all of a sudden we're in a situation where a school is overcrowded, such as the situation that is going to occur at Harvest and Black Ridge. So that's why I want to kind of take you through what some of the committee's considerations were so that we take this staff recommendation to the board for your consideration for a formal study in this area. So my So if you look at the current elementary school boundaries, the proposed development that we're looking at is the wildflower development. A lot of the wildflower development is already in the Black Ridge area, but you've got Wildflower Village 2, 3, and 4 that are currently in the harvest boundaries. And Wildflower Village 4 is not built out at all, and I believe they have 400 units that will be built out in that area. Now, that involves 42 students currently that are enrolled in Village 2 and 3 that are attending Harvest. Now, there might be more than that that are attending the charter school that is located in that area that we don't know about, because one of the challenges is that they've got to cross that Mountain View corridor. And for elementary students, I think a lot of parents feel uncomfortable with them crossing Mountain View corridor, even though they've got the appropriate structures there. Still, the speed along that road makes them nervous. And so, as we look at potential boundaries as well as enrollment, if you see what the enrollment is of Black Ridge, the 2023-24 enrollment is 812. The projected enrollment for next year is 764. If you look at harvest boundaries, the current enrollment is 1,018, and then it's projected to go up to 1,059. As we've watched harvest over the last couple of years, it's really teetered there. We've had to bring in portables to try to address some of that growth, but it's continued to increase, where Black Ridge has continued to decrease a little bit. So as we look at a potential boundary that our staff would recommend, when you look at natural dividing lines, some of those are created through development, and as such, the Mountain View corridor, when they put that in, it kind of creates a nice division line there that would put the wildflower development in Black Ridge boundaries. And then if you look at the potential enrollment of what that would entail, in 23-24, again, you see the 812 and 1,018. The potential for Black Ridge would move from 812 to 810 with this change. So they're actually decreasing by only 2 instead of going to 764. If you look at harvest, they would go from 1,018 to 1,020, so they'd only increase by 2. But if you don't make a change, then they go to 1,058. And with that wildflower development continuing to build out, it would go way beyond 1,000, maybe 1,100, 1,200, and you're getting into there and you're getting uncomfortable. Especially one of the things that we considered was capacity of both schools. So if you look at the harvest, they are 80,000 square feet. They currently have 3 portables there with 35 classrooms. Black Ridge has 38 classrooms, 81,500 square feet with, well, they currently have 4 portables, but we're taking 2 of those away, aligning them at other schools that need them more than Black Ridge. So as far as space is concerned, Black Ridge really does have a lot more space to handle that capacity that would grow from wildflower as that continues to develop out. So as we look at the timeline, we wanted to make sure that we're following the new state statute 53G 4402. So as part of that, we need to make sure that we give 30 days notice in email and through the United States Postal Service. So if the board elects to go with this formal boundary study, we will send out an email in the next day or two to make sure that we are in compliance with that. 30 days, and then we need to send that to all schools impacted. So that would go to all of the patrons in Black Ridge and Harvest. We need to at least hold 1 public comment opportunity in a regular school board meeting. We would have 2 of those with the timeline that we're proposing. And then we would need 1 public hearing, which we need to provide notice at least 30 days for that as well, which we would do in the email that we would send out to make sure that we're meeting that agreement. So the timeline is there on the right. May 21st, we'd hold 2 open houses, 1 at Harvest and 1 at Black Ridge, to make sure that we're getting the community comment there. June 11th, they'll have opportunity for public comment in the board meeting, as well as June 25th, hold the public hearing, and then July 16th, we will have met the requirement for at least 30 days notice, and then the board can make a determination at that time. Now, as part of that, it's important that we do those open houses and we provide public input. So as part of that, we have a projected timeline, but as well a QR code. We'll follow the same process that we've followed in other boundary studies, to where we're making sure that we're understanding the impact that this is having on those current residents. So even though it might only impact 42 students, it's still impacting 42 students, and we need to understand their perspective on this as you make your determinations on whether this is a viable boundary to consider or not. So with that, our staff would recommend to move this to a formal boundary study.
Is
this is gonna be a strange question, but do we have any idea of exactly what the wording of this motion should look like, so we don't inadvertently say the wrong word and end up in a lawsuit and before the legislators?
I'm gonna are you okay with if I make a motion, President Hacken? Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that we move this to an action item and that we begin the boundary study for Black Ridge and Harvest Elementary Schools.
I'll second. By Stacy? Okay. Is there any discussion?
Eric, thank you for taking the initiative with this. I think, you're talking specifically about some of the numbers next year, but we also know that with the growth that's going to happen in that wildflower development, it's 42 kids next year, but then the next year and the next year and the next year. This is going to be an ongoing issue as there's growth. So I appreciate the initiative that's being taken about this and being taken early. I do want to clarify, just in case we do have any wildflower parents listening into the meeting, there are two sections of wildflower. There's a section on the east side of Mountain View Corridor that's a part of the Harvest Hills neighborhood. So as you see, like the Mountain View Corridor kind of in the middle. So the east side would still stay in the Harvest Hills the Harvest Elementary boundaries because
Correct.
those are like that's a walkable dynamic for those students. The students on the west side of Mountain View Corridor in that development would be the ones, and some of those students are already as that wildflower development pushes west. Some of that is already in Black Ridge. So essentially what we're doing is all of the kids on the west side of Mountain View Corridor who are in the wildflower development would be shifted to Black Ridge. So I just wanted to clarify because it's a little bit wonky with how the how wildflower gets split. So just to clarify that piece. But I'm highly supportive of this. Let's get parent input. Let's have a conversation. I think this is a good thing long term to make sure that we're keeping a neighborhood intact in a section. I also think considering for anyone who lives near Mountain View Corridor, the hot mess that is construction on that right now is going to be ongoing for the next couple of years. It's a significant safety issue as well. I know that we've had great dynamics with transportation, busing those students across the corridor. We would still be able to bus them to Black
Correct.
Ridge.
I think the great thing about this is we did a short-term busing situation there, but it's not long-term because they don't qualify because they're within that mile and a half. This would place them qualifying for busing ongoing, so they wouldn't have that worry consistently having to cross that Mountain View corridor. So I do think that is a good advantage for that community.
Yeah, and being worried every year is the bus going to get pulled.
Right.
And I think for anyone who drives Mountain View Corridor, the amount of construction trucks because of the development that's going on in Saratoga and Eagle Mountain is really consistent. I will tell you that I don't like crossing it as an adult. It's fast, it's downhill in sections, and sections of Mountain View Corridor get shut down because of the wind and the ice in the winter. I think this is a much better dynamic long term for students. So I'm just appreciative that the initiative is being taken about this. So thank you.
Is there other comment?
Eric, could you go forward one slide, please? Just to clarify for the public and the board, the June 25th board meeting is being contemplated at a different location. As we take feedback on a possible district reconfiguration, we wanted to have one hearing here and another in another location. So Lake Mountain is the one that we're currently contemplating. That is not for sure. We'll communicate that once we have finalized that, but that's why that is listed at a different location.
Okay, it has been moved by Julie and seconded by Stacy that we move the boundary study for Black Ridge and Harvest Elementary Schools from a discussion to an action item.
And we won't mail by we'll mail by United States Postal Service.
Yes.
Not
UPS.
United Parcels. Yeah, there's some UPS people saying we love this new law, but it's the traditional mail system.
Thank you.
Oops. Okay. Yeah.
What can Brown do for Alpine School District?
All right, if we're ready for a vote, all in favor of moving this boundary study to an action item and beginning the process for study of Black Ridge and Harvest Elementary Schools, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay. The motion carries. Thank you.
Would the board consider amending the agenda to add an additional board meeting on May 28th for the intended beginning of the 45-day consideration of the option 3 for reconfiguration?
So moved.
Entertain a motion, yeah.
Okay, it was moved by Julie and seconded by Ada to amend the agenda to allow for the discussion of an additional board meeting.
And that will be at 6 p.m., correct?
That would be our recommendation.
May 28th at 6 p.m. Is there any discussion about that?
Move that we set a board meeting for May 28th at 6 p.m.
And the agenda first. We have to amend the agenda first, and then we can.
Ask our parliamentarian if we can legally amend an agenda without giving 24 hours notice. And then the second question is, do we have to have a public vote to add a board meeting to our schedule? I'm just not wanting to inadvertently break open meeting law by amending an agenda without giving notice if we don't have to publicly vote to add a meeting.
Craig, I think that means you.
My understanding is that you can amend an agenda in a meeting, because I've been in numerous meetings where they've done that.
I believe you can using Robert's rules for many meetings. I am not sure you can for an open and public meeting according to Utah state statute. That's my question.
I guess the issue is that we made a decision at this meeting which would necessitate another meeting.
But I'm not sure we have to have a vote to have another meeting in
Craig
a
is
public
checking.
meeting.
It's just.
I believe we just have to publicly notice it.
So I believe there's two questions.
Two
at hand.
questions, sorry, and it's
One,
late.
is it in line with Robert's rules to, in an open public meeting, to amend the agenda? And probably answer the second question first, and then we wouldn't have to worry about the first question.
Right.
Do we have to, in an open public meeting, vote to hold an additional board meeting? I think our concern was that those board meetings have been scheduled and announced, and we're making a change to that, but I don't know if we are required. I know we're required to notice it. I don't know that we're required.
I believe we're just required to notify the board members of a change, but I could be wrong. So that's my question.
We can go on to membership report while parliamentarian does his due diligence.
Let's do that if you could send to the board and then come back to this issue when we have a little more information.
In the understanding of the time we're at, I'll just invite you to look at the membership report. It continues that trend that it has during the year, and that will be the final one that I believe you receive, as we have graduations coming up next week.
Can I make a comment on that? I've had several people reach out and just to say thank you for continuing to provide the streaming option. So I think that's really appreciated by people who have family in other states that feel like they're able to be present. And just wanted to share that.
Noted. Thank you, and we will pass that on.
I had the opportunity last week to go to Clear Creek, and it's been a long, long time. And the first time I went, I was in 4th grade, and then the second time, 5th grade, and third time, 6th grade, and then when my kids were little, I was invited to go with Summit School, which is our alternative, one of our alternative schools in Alpine. And these are kids that are, in a lot of ways, at risk. And it was not only just beautiful up there, it was cold and a little bit snowy, but it was so wonderful to be with Marshall Kay and his staff and to just kind of watch and participate in some of those activities, and how those kids were learning such important skills that are so needed, especially with kids that struggle with trauma. And just to be around this group of kids and these amazing teachers that we have up there, it was a real privilege. And there's some beautiful things going, not just with the building and the maintenance aspect of Clear Creek, but I just wanted to make our board aware that yes, Clear Creek is used by elementary schools, but it is also utilized by some of our summit students that go up there, and it plays a vital role in the personal and academic development of students, and especially those dealing with difficulties. It was a good experience. And by the way, they do this twice a year, so if you want to go in the fall, it's a really great opportunity.
Other board member reports?
Maybe I'll just report on my visit with the open house for our CTE construction and interior design. I attended the open house at their American Fork location, and it was just a phenomenal experience. And I applaud Superintendent Farnsworth, who handled it well. It occurred on the day when we had a tragic occurrence in Lehigh High School, and I thought that was handled very well. But it was still a celebration of these students' accomplishments, and it was just so gratifying to see these 4 high schools come together and become teams, work teams, and to have them have the opportunity to show their skills to their parents, their siblings, and their grandparents was just so, it was delightful to watch, and I was grateful to be there.
Any other board reports? Just a comment about the policy committee. Today we went over about 15 policies from classified and certified negotiations, and many of them we just wordsmithed. We just changed a few words here and a few words there, brought it up, brought it to current code, or added a statement of policy or something like that, and we'll be bringing those back as a bundle in another board meeting. And we have also, as a policy committee, given ourselves an extra day, a whole day to work on policies, because we still have to look at all the policy changes from the legislative session. So the policy committee, we want you to know, are hard at work and will be bringing more things to you as quickly as we can.
Well, if we're just looking to fill time here, at some point in the last, I couldn't tell you what month or two, Ada and a friend of mine and I attended the ATech East Talent Show, and I wish to say on record it is the single greatest school event I have ever attended in my entire life. It was like the greatest display of camaraderie and teamwork. I think I yelled myself hoarse. It was just incredible to see students' talents, and some of them had their siblings or their parents to come do something with them, and to watch the way the students hyped each other up. I thought, I want every kid and every school to have it. It was standing room only, but if you want to put it on your calendar for next year, it gets all the thumbs up. It was extraordinary.
Shared this morning in my meeting with 3 board members just what Dr. Vicki Carter shared in our DLT meeting on Monday. Just significant growth in our elementary reading and math achievement. Some of that in double digits. Those are initial preliminary numbers, so we wait to see those finalized, but we're very pleased with the emphasis that we have placed on elementary literacy and math achievement and the significant results that we're finding across the district. So it's a tribute to our teachers, the great work that they do, and we're very pleased with the direction that student achievement is heading.
All right. I have seen Mr. Rinkerhoff stride purposefully to the front. That implies you have some information for us, yes?
Yes, so we took a team approach, which I appreciate. Thank you, all those that helped do some research on this. So as far as the amending the agenda question, if it's not put on the agenda, then we need to always have 24 hours notice. But we also don't need to vote in this meeting on it, because we, again, only have to provide 24 hours notice of a meeting. So we could give notice at a future date, or excuse me, a future date that we intend to have that meeting, and then we would be okay without holding a vote to have that meeting.
Let me see if I understand what you just said. It is okay for us to amend the agenda.
No.
No, it is not
No,
okay for us to amend the
but
agenda.
it is okay for us
it
to add
is
a
okay
meeting
for us to add another meeting.
in the future with just 24 hours notice.
So we will notify the board and the public of a board meeting on the 28th of July and cancel council. It's 9:15. We've been here for a few hours, so cancel the July 12th meeting. So board meeting on the 28th of May and canceling the previously scheduled board meeting on July 12th.
Superintendent, before I assume, I want to assume that our comms team is putting together like a whole communication about all of the opportunities for reconfiguration. Would that be fair that that's happening?
Associated with option 3. Yes.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know that Craig was going to run to the front. I was waiting for my turn for the board thing. I just want to recognize all of our students tonight was MTech graduation. We have a significant number of students in Alpine School District who attend Mountain Land Technical College. There are phenomenal programs available there, and I just want to extend congratulations to all of the MTech graduates, but particularly all of our Alpine School District students who are graduating with certificates, who are now work ready. And I love the fact that like 99% of our graduates at MTech graduate with no debt, and our technical colleges provide a phenomenal support for our students and the CTE programs available. So just congratulations to all the graduates.
And thank you, Julie, for giving time to be on that board and helping us maintain that very positive relationship between Alpine School District and MTech.
I just want to make sure, did we withdraw the motion?
Do I need to officially withdraw the motion?
Oh, I'm just
Or
trying
like
to
let it sit in the air for a minute?
Take one.
I will withdraw the motion about amending the agenda.
I will withdraw my request to have you consider a motion.
And I will approve both actions.
Second the motion.
Sarah, and seconded by Mark, that we adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any